So we are live with the first dialogue of a series of 30. Two are happening simultaneous to this one. And this dialogue has the title of Alternative Narratives. And it's the facilitator of the dialogue is Elada. With that, I'm going to pass. I have a tangerine over here, a Belgian tangerine. It's a bit sunny today over here, so get a little bit of that. I'm gonna pass it on to the center, yeah? And with that, Elada can get it and continue from there. Towards the end of the session, I'll be back, and I wish you a very good session. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Breno. Thank you for Tangerine and for bringing us together this morning. Good morning from Nicosia, Cyprus. My name is Elada Evangelo, and I am I'm a cultural worker. I also I'm a consultant for civil society organizations, and I am also the artistic director of a rather I would say unique festival. It's called the Buffer Fringe Performing Arts Festival, and this festival is basically its home is the Home for Cooperation, which is in the buffer zone between the north and the south of Cyprus. So I have been instructed to give a few guidelines in relation to our conversation. So I would like to give those. I will talk a little bit about the seed topic, but I'm just going to offer very little from my thinking overall in relation to alternative narratives and how those are generated or fostered or given a platform. And then I'm going to open it up for the dialogue. A reminder for the dialogue principles to be brief and precise, to speak from the heart, and to listen as you would like to be heard. And we will continue this kind of rather interesting process whereby if you would like to speak, you reach out to grab our object that we're sharing in the middle of our table, and then place it back when you're done. And this is how this conversation will go. And we will have about an hour to complete our dialogue. So my 2 cents about alternative narratives. It's I come from a post-conflict, actually a frozen conflict. We are now in a very rather strange situation where we coexist on an island in the Eastern Mediterranean, an island that is affluent on the one hand, but full of narratives that generate alienation and stereotyping and hatred on the other hand. And this creates a lot of internal conflicts, both within our societies in general, but also within our artistic circles. So what I find to be difficult are, and this is my invitation to you, what are mechanisms, my continuous question, what are mechanisms that allow for us to foster these alternative narratives, which sometimes can be dangerous for the artists themselves, because there's always the awareness of, I might be persecuted by X or Y. So how do we foster their development? How do we give them a floor to be presented? And how do we create a community around them without, at the same time, leaving our activity in the margins? These are all questions that I have personally as the curator of a festival that really tries to be inclusive. So we exist, the Buffer Fringe Festival exists and has activities on both sides of the divide. But let me tell you that COVID in the last year has not made this easy. We've taken numerous rapid tests so we could kind of cross from one side to the other. And there has been an incredible amount of let's just say, of mistrust from all sorts of angles in relation to, so what is our drive at the end of the day to do this? And the drive does have to do with the presentation of alternative narratives. So this is what I wanted to put out to you, just to get the conversation started. We come from a really wonderful array of places and spaces and communities that I Some I see, but others I would love to find out more about. And yeah, I'd like to open the floor, and I put the tangerine back. And I invite whoever would like to start it.
Eleftheria, you have to unmute.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ulrich. So for me, I don't come from communities, from the communities perspective. I come from a corporate perspective. And when I think of all these projects that we're trying to create for diversity and inclusion, in a sense, or when we have team coaching in organizations, to me, the core comes to one thing. Do I accept that my reality is subjective? Because if I accept that my reality is subjective, it means that I accept that you are in front of me has the right to have a different reality. And then this takes out the tension so that we can be at an equal level and start a conversation.
Thank you, Eleftheria. Yasmin.
Yes, thank you. Very happy to be talking with you today. And I would just like to pick off where Eleftheria left the question with equality. And even though I agree with you that I think we all need to have a starting point of having empathy and openness to listen to the other story that we know is different from ours, I tend to sometimes think about, my inspiration for narratives really comes from a social ecological perspective. And I sometimes think back on it, on how nature works, how nature thrives with diversity, how it tends towards diversity, how I think we as humans are also have a tendency towards needing this diversity to thrive, and how the dominant narrative that we have in our society is going towards a monoculture, let's say. And also when it comes to equality, there's I think it's an interesting question to think, what if we accept that there is no equality? What if we accept, like in nature, that there are weaker and stronger, and that's totally fine? That's actually our strength. And that we need to make sure that all of these narratives, even the ones who maybe don't have a strong voice, that they are just as important for us as a community to hear and to listen to. And yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Yasmin. Nix?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. I'm very glad to be part of this dialogue. Greetings from Riga. I very much liked what Jasmine and Eleftheria and also you, Elada, spoke about earlier. What I do on daily basis in Latvia is that I run an organization that basically tries to find effective solutions of how we can more effectively include people in our society who originally might not be from Latvia, be it newcomers, as in people with alternative or refugee status, or be it foreign students, or be it whatever migrants. And I very much liked what Eleftheria said about subjectivity and about these subjective opinions, because this is what I deal also on daily basis. And my biggest takeaway is that we have to understand that there is nothing as right or wrong. It's just different. And this is where we have to start when we start creating these dialogues, where we bring people together. And that's what you said, Eleftheria, about the subjectivity. I really like that, because it's what I'm also saying every day, that it's not right or it's not wrong, it's just different. And this is the way I think, and you might think different. So where can we meet? And this is what I would like to add for this dialogue now.
Ulrich.
Okay, unmuting myself. Yes, very interesting. When I read the seed of this dialogue for the first time, I was actually triggered in a rather negative area, because the connotation for me of alternative was immediately something like alternative facts and conspiracy theories and things like that. Might be because I'm not so deeply rooted in the art scene as most of you, obviously. So I was thinking of alternative in a negative sense, alternative narratives, like different opinions of scientific facts, and spun in a way to create political advantage or things like that. That was my first direction in which I was thinking. So for me, it would be very interesting to learn what the expression narrative and then also alternative narrative means to you in the art space. I already heard it has something to do with the equal rights of opinions and worldviews, and things not being better or worse, but just different. Is that really the essence of this term, alternative narratives, or is there more to it?
Thank you. I need to say that I really love the question. Martina.
So, hi, and I will back you up, Ulrich. I am not from the art sector. I am from the NGO sector, and we are fighting extremism and far right, especially in Slovakia, because we do not have religious extremism here at the moment. And we did several campaigns, to try to fight against the groups that are on the far right side. And we did, very long, heated discussions when preparing the campaigns, whether to go in the way to counter that, to counter the narrative. And after very long discussions, we decided that we should go more positive way. So try to do the alternative narrative, which we didn't know at that time that it's called like that, but it was a natural process that we wanted to try to include all of the community, so the weak, the minorities, people in the countryside, people in the city. So we decided to go in a positive way. And later on, I learned on the Radicalization Awareness Network that psychologically and even neurobiologically, the alternative narratives, so the way that you show that there's the other way that you live, when you are addressing someone on the far right ideology or extremism ideology, is always better, because you are opening another door to them, which they may not see at the beginning. Because if you go countering them, the most reaction can be fight, flight, or freeze, and that's not getting you any closer, and that's not getting you to depolarizing society. So that was my experience of alternative narratives and positive narratives, and I'm really glad that I learned a lot about this way of doing campaigns.
Thank you, Martina, and
Thank
everyone
you.
else.
It's me.
I would just like to pick up from there, because yeah, I'm working on a project together with the indigenous peoples of the American continent, and also together with some NGOs, and we're working on a project to present it at the COP26 conference. And it's taught me so much about narratives working with the indigenous peoples, because if we think about cultural diversity in the world, it's mostly represented by indigenous peoples, by First Nation peoples. And part of their political strategy of survival and of really fighting back and of gaining the rights to their lands is working with narratives. They believe that, well, first of all, there's this beautiful passage of Aiton Krenak, an indigenous writer, that always stays with me. He says that if we want to postpone the end of the world, we always just have to tell one more story, one more narrative. And I think there's something so beautiful there, because if you were talking about, even about brain science and about how we work as humans. And when we know someone else's story, when we know someone else's narrative, it opens up a space within us to be able to face the world with empathy, instead of let's say dehumanizing or finding a monocultured way of seeing it. And I just want to, I love this question that Ulrich raised, because if we think about dominant and alternative, for me personally, it's really clear, because the alternatives, they are extremely positively connotated for me. All the hope I have in the world basically lies in these alternative narratives, because they are what enrich the so-called dominant narrative, which is something that comes out of our history of well, it's been, going on for a long time, but the liberalism and how we think of ourselves as human beings in this capitalist society, and how we, think about our identity. And I think we come to a point in time in history where we are really ready to jump to some kind of dominant narrative and to some kind of alternative narrative, and embrace the idea that maybe as human beings, we aren't what we believe to be. And maybe there's another way of organizing our societies, our communities, and facing the challenges that are ahead. And maybe the question that I think a lot about, and that I would also like to ask you guys here today, is can a narrative really change something? Is it really a tool to be reckoned with in shaping our societies and communities? Because that's what has been given to us as a group of non-indigenous. We are white people working with indigenous. We are not there to tell their stories. We're there to create a space and to help foster processes where these narratives can reach a big audience. And that's always also an interesting challenge, like where you are as a so-called privileged white person in either living out the dominant narrative or bringing out the alternative ones. So there. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Eleftheria and Mix.
Yes. Wow, it's so interesting. I will start with Ulrich's question, because also when I came here, before Elada said that, well, you know, I'm interested to see about the mechanism, how it works, I was thinking more about CSR and sustainability, actually more what Yasmin says about this alternative or ecological, spiritual ecological way of looking into the world. But then we started then with this dimension of the in our, let's say, in our societies, what we have, what is right and what is wrong, and I will start with that. So this polarization that we see, because I feel I am a white privileged, but then in my society I don't feel privileged, in the sense that I see that there is this. I feel that I have always needed to be right to feel secure. I have not accepted the flow that maybe there is no right and wrong, maybe that there is a flow in between, that people move where we can meet. So I've tried, even as an activist, just to be right. And I will come to what Martina said before, that at the end of the day, people come together in the things that unite them, not in what divides us. And what does unite us may be a personal calling to have an impact in the world. Also this feeling to open up our vulnerability, to express who we are without fear. And then with a discussion from the heart, and that's what I feel we're doing here today, in the sense to allow also to the other person to express their vulnerability and create this emotional space in between, where we can both coexist, and not we need to be polarized, to be on opposite sides. You're either with me or you are against me. And then here I would also like to add the positive impact of appreciative inquiry, which comes out of positive psychology, where we concentrate on the good things that we have. And for me, at least in my personal and professional path, it has taken me a long time to concentrate on what could I have, or how can I develop my pluses, rather than not concentrate on my minuses and beat me up every day. So this is one. And then next time I will come to Yasmin's question. So I don't want to take too much time.
Thank you, Eleftheria. Mix? Are you still?
Yes. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you guys a follow-up question to what Jasmine said about dominance and alternative narratives. If we believe that each one of us are somehow contributing to build this inclusive society where we believe that every opinion matters, then my question is, what makes a narrative dominant? Because for certain groups of people, the narrative is different, and for them, the narrative that they follow is the dominant narrative. I believe that we all six here maybe come from a very privileged Eurocentric kind of narrative, that we might agree to a lot of things, and for us the narrative would be maybe not the same, but very similar. But this is my question that I would like to ask you. What do you guys think? What makes a certain narrative dominant?
Oh.
Go ahead, Elada.
Ulrich? I can wait.
Okay. Yeah, good question. That I was thinking that as well, Mix. What makes an alternative narrative alternative to the dominant one? Practical example, if I look at the German COVID situation right now, we have a rather large, frighteningly large group of so-called lateral thinkers, Querdenker. And inside that group, where horrifyingly stupid theories are thought and narrated, inside that group, for them it's totally dominant. They think that they are the ones who know the truth, and that there are many more in Germany, worldwide actually, who support that view. So for them, they themselves would be the dominant one. From us, looking from the outside, it is an alternative narrative. So for me, still the term alternative narrative is not saying anything about whether it is something positive or negative. So that's my problem with it. I would still have to look at the narrative independently of whether it's alternative or dominant and check out if it's true or not.
Thanks, Yasmin. I just wanted to comment a little bit on this idea of what makes a narrative dominant or alternative a little bit. And one thing that really it helps me to I guess analyze these two ends in terms of stories, in terms of the stories that we tell. Which one is dominant and which one is it's alternative, is to think of the dominant as hegemonic. Hegemonic as in what is related to structures that have power. So your example, Ulrich, is basically, I think what would help to clear it is to say, so these groups with these theories about that follow these theories and these practices about COVID, are they being sanctioned by powerful institutions or individuals? So just kind of to bring an example from my country, from Cyprus, what is a hegemonic narrative is that the populations of the island are, belong to different ethnicities, and we should try as much as possible to keep these separate. An alternative narrative would be to say that, there's a belonging relating to the island. We might have different religions and speak different languages, but that there is a kind of a common consciousness. And these common consciousnesses, these stories are actually a lot more multi-layered than a hegemonic narrative that has one. So I would say that these are kind of two elements that for me separate what makes a narrative dominant. It's a hegemony. So it's supported by a government, financial institutions, the internet, which is another big authority, like a big power in our times. And the other thing is, how potentially complex and multi-layered is it? So what Yasmin was referring to before, like the indigenous experience is not one, it's multiple. And even the understanding of that as not a single narrative, that these are many alternative ones, is something that establishes them as alternative. It's not a simple thing, the alternative narratives. It's complex, and it describes a mosaic rather than like a picture you take with your smartphone. You understand what I'm mean? So these are a little bit my this is what defines my understanding of them. Thank you. Yasmin.
Yes. Yeah, it's incredible. Like when I think about dominant narratives, so much things comes to my mind, and it has to do with you know, it has to do so much with our history. It's always a question of who is telling the story, and a dominant narrative is basically a lens or a perspective of history told by the dominant culture. And it has to also do so much with psychology, because psychologists discovered in the beginning of you know, when marketing and when Werbung, when it really started, commercials, they discovered that we are wired as human beings to really long for a simple narrative to believe in. We are living in such a chaos that our brains are constantly searching for a narrative to organize this chaos around us. And I would say that the dominant narrative definitely utilizes that to tell a story about who we are as humans. And it has to do a lot with, you know, individualism, that we are separated as individuals. We are living in our boxes with our things, and we go out and we have freedom because we can purchase things. This is a dominant culture, right? And let's say that the alternative for me is always connotated with the positive, because of the society we are living in right now, because it tells to me a story about interconnectedness from so many different perspectives. And I think if we start to believe, and it's so beautiful, you know, also about science, and how science is now starting to back up really this theory of how we all really are interconnected as a human species, and how maybe, hopefully, that's also a question I have, is it going to change how we share space, how we keep space for one another. This belief that we are not separated as individuals. And the indigenous peoples, and that's so beautiful also, because they really used linguistics. They changed, they through the United Nations, they changed they didn't want to be called indigenous people. They are indigenous peoples, because they are very aware that there are this periphery of different cultural and of different cultures around the world scattered, but they are united by something, which is a deep belief in a cosmovision, in a way of seeing the world, that we are all intrinsically interlinked, interconnected as a species. And therefore they treat their communities and they treat their natural environments in a completely different way as we do as humans. And I ask myself, if we really change the dominant narrative that we have about ourselves, would we be able to lead the lives the way we do them now? I personally don't think so, which is why I love to work with alternative narratives, because I think the key to changing lies within those.
Can I go on? Yeah. So I think I would come back to what Ulrich and Yasmin are discussing now. And actually, it is why we have these alternative narratives. Why do they come up, for example, now in Germany, Ulrich? And what is, in what way would we even consider the alternative narrative? The narrative that is not, I agree with Elada, it's the dominant, it is the one that is actually promoted by the system we live in, starting from school, starting off the way that we define success, the way that we define happiness, the way that we create our role modeling, actually. But I think what this crisis with the COVID has shown, Ulrich, and the existence of these alternative narratives as far as COVID is concerned and these conspiracy theories, it is actually that there is somewhere a mistrust of the dominant narrative. Because when we see in Germany that there are all these scandals about politicians taking commissions for the masks, and we see all the scandals coming up, then simple people start wondering, well, what is the truth? isn't it the whole narrative, the dominant narrative, isn't it true? Am I living my life and then am I believing according to a belief that I'm not sure it's true? I thought it was true. It was not a belief. I think that is where it comes to. And then, of course, when we come to this point now, to touch bottom, that is come to the basics. So, and asking again the existential questions: who am I? What am I here for? Am I doing the best that I could do? Am I living my life in the best way? Then maybe we come into this the alternative narratives will give us our tool to look for answers. Maybe not all of them, if we go to these conspiracy theories, maybe they are not true, but then maybe there are some things in there that are worth examining. Or if we go to the interconnectedness and the indigenous cultures, we will find things probably that, well, we can apply afterwards to our lives once we are not disappointed with the dominant narrative, and then find a way out. Maybe create this neighborhood as we have now. We start with these eco villages and all these things. Create a neighborhood where we can be interconnected and create some grassroots movement where we change our reality and the well-being of our community at a small scale.
Thank you, Eleftheria. Can I take this opportunity and think a bit about the connotations relating to the world alternative again? Because it's interesting that we came into this conversation with very different understandings. So I'm wondering, we have another about 20 minutes. Are we exiting this conversation with like a renewed understanding of the word? So I find, I was thinking about it for me, that how through the art world, it does seem to have a very positive connotation, but maybe in society in general, because some of these narratives are they're quite extreme. And how is it that we define extreme? Are they extreme because they're based on hate speech, or because they're based on fake facts, or what is it that makes them extreme and actually gives them a bad connotation? So how is alternative negative? Ulrich.
Yeah, thanks, Elada. Just while you were talking, I had an idea that maybe we should not call it narrative, but worldview, because of a simple reason. Maybe it's only me, but when I hear the term narrative, I think of someone narrating. So there is an agent who tries to tell me something, and the worldview is more something passive, something that I have myself, and not someone else is dictating it to me. I don't know. Without having thought too much about it, maybe it's a better word for, especially for what Yasmin wanted to purport.
Thank you, Ulrich. Can we give the word to Martina that hasn't spoken? Yasmin, is that okay?
Yes. I just wanted to do a quick short thing, but I'll do it later.
Thank you.
My remark was that actually, when I was listening to you, my perspective on narrative is a little bit different. But I'm learning something to look at it in a different way. But in this case, I think there's maybe two things I would want to say. That in these alternative worlds that people have, this fake news and misinformation, there is actually a narrative because someone is doing that. It's not only their view, but someone is spreading that. And from some kind of research that was made on how the information is spread on the internet, it's that just like 2% of the people are really the creators of the content, and the rest is just the sharing and liking and commenting maybe, so just jumping on the wave. So it is really a narrative, but I understand that it should be maybe differentiated in a word that we use when talking about alternative narratives or the worldview. And the second thing is that I will try to maybe look at that in campaigns of far-right extremism, that normally we were looking at that you know, if we are making a campaign, we need to counter that, what they're saying. Then it was a shift that, okay, we have to go positive. But in this case, as I was listening to you, I thought that I should look at it that maybe that the dominant narrative, as you said it, is what they have, is their worldview. And we maybe can show them an alternative, which would be more, maybe more or less hateful, more or less extreme, and that we can, you know, set up a campaigns that they will show them alternative narrative, not that we are going to present them some kind of alternative narrative, but, you know, to show them a way that they can make themselves the alternative out of the extreme, maybe to go more towards the middle and towards, you know, greater good, or, you know, at least less hate. Yeah.
Thank you, Martina. Yasmin?
Yeah, I think this is so interesting what is being said here, and I really like what Ulrich said, and also what you, Martina's. Yeah, it really fires me up, because I really question again what I think about what I believe a dominant narrative is, and I was thinking about, like, yeah, I just wanted to address what Ulrich said first about that there needs to be an agent that kind of tells the narrative. And I just want to question that, because I think like a dominant narrative is really also understood as, like, it's also called the invisible hand that is guiding reality and how we perceive it. And I think it's really important somehow not to forget that, of like how powerful it is also, this like making it anonymous. So it's not a person telling this, but it's just the way things are. And that they've kind of made a whole totality, a dominant narrative is just, it is a worldview guided by no one. It's an anonymous force. It's an invisible hand. And I think, like, I just want to introduce some new terms here. I know we're running out of time, but it's also what Martina said just really triggered the research I've been doing in narrative hacking and in narrative intervention work. Maybe you also, Martina, know about this, but I really encourage you to look at it, because it's so interesting what these kind of narrative intervention groups are doing, with really going deep into research about what does society believe about itself, and using the dominant narrative to really consciously hack it, and to become another invisible hand in basically guiding people to unite and to see their power in being together, and in this positive way. And I think in the end, that's maybe also what, let's say, what the ruling forces find so dangerous about the alternative narratives, because if all of us remember that if we just unite on the fact that we are all different and have this diversity, we have an incredible power that will, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Thank you. Alceria.
Yes, I mean, I find it extremely interesting because, again, the word narrative has been defined in so many different ways, different from what I had in my mind. Because for me, the narrative is the story we tell and that comes directly from our worldview. And that is what narrative is. So we have a worldview, and our narrative is, for example, if I go into our traditional societies, the narrative is given through the culture, through the values. Let's think about the patriarchal societies. What is the place of the woman? There is also there a narrative. I mean, nobody told me, coming from Greece, that I cannot do certain things, but I learned when I was very small that this is the place, this is where a woman is, and you are accepted if you act in a certain way. So the narrative, it's maybe this invisible hand that Yasmin talked about. So it comes through the culture, through appreciation, through acceptance. If I do the opposite, I'm not accepted by my surrounding. And this is the worst, I think, for a human being, not to be appreciated, not to be part of a group, of the family, of friends. So this is the one thing. And then I liked very much what Martina said about this thing, about this, and that a dominant narrative, which I had never thought about before. A dominant narrative can be the dominant narrative of one group and not the societal narrative, which for me, I always consider this is the dominant narrative. But then coming also to the last comment of Yasmin and Ulrich, I mean, why, maybe the question that we should ask ourselves is, why do these groups, these, let's say, alternative groups, ask for a dominant narrative? Is it because they don't feel comfortable with the dominant narrative that exists in the society? Is it because the way that we have learned to be in our societies is that we always need something to believe in? So we just change the belief, actually. And this is what we have seen also in religions. We're always looking for a narrative, something to believe in, and then we just grasp it, we clutch on it, because we don't manage to exist on our own and find our guidance inside. Okay, I'm human, so do I need a belief, actually, in order to be?
Thank you, Eleftheria. I'm going to make a very small comment on this idea of narrative when it comes to societal, maybe more stereotypical understanding of kind of a socially constructed narrative. And I think going back to this duality of worldview versus narrative, I think that another important extension of narrative for me is the fact that there's also embedded knowledge. So within an alternative narrative relating to, for example, the place of women, right? If a woman that's being told that that's your place, and obviously I also come from a Mediterranean country, this is a very widespread type of thing. If a woman does not even know that there's an alternative narrative, which is for example, the existence of matriarchal societies or financial models that include women in inclusive ways rather than, the glass ceiling type of way with discrepancies in pay and these types of things. So an alternative narrative is also a certain amount of information. And I think that's what also makes good components to the story. The setup is different. We're talking about a different world, in a different world whereby, a woman can do more things. A woman can have a certain amount of financial independence, and it's just differently constructed. It's a differently constructed story. So that's why I would say I'm also kind of more inclined towards the word narrative, but I understand this idea of the worldview. I do. because it also includes society, it includes beliefs, it includes like other types of other types of self-definition and definition of other. So just kind of as a comment. Thank you. Martina.
Yeah, I have a comment to you two, both Elada and Yasmin, because I was thinking about this, that no one is narrating the dominant narrative. But I don't think it's no one. I think it's a widespread agreement in the society. So either group or the whole society. Because I was thinking about it in a perspective of human rights. And we do have some declaration of human rights, and that's the narrative decided by, I think, maybe some worldwide debate and discussion by many people. But now at the moment we see a lot of alternative narratives, of course, by the people who don't agree or don't agree on what's been decided, because it doesn't fit to their worldview, probably. So I don't think that no one is narrating. It's always someone is narrating. And for me, it seems like the dominant narrative is narrated by agreement of a larger group or society.
Thank you, Martina. So I just got the 10-minute notice. So like to invite you to maybe contribute with some final thoughts or final comments. The floor is yours.
Yasmin, you or me? Okay. Yeah, I found it very interesting what Eleutheria just said about religion being a narrative that has been dominantly transported through, well, in our case, more than 2,000 years. But to discuss that now and to discuss alternative narratives to the dominant religions, that would open a whole other can of worms. So I don't think we should start that now. Just wanted to say that this is something that I find very interesting.
All right. Just to conclude, I think Elada was asking that question: are we leaving this dialogue with some sort of a common understanding of what a narrative actually is, and what does it mean for each one of us? And again, I just want to ask you guys a question: should we, like, is it even important? Because even Elada previously mentioned, when I asked of what actually is a narrative and what makes a narrative dominant, you basically you mentioned this hegemony of how powers are basically creating this dominant narrative. But then again, I challenge this view in regard to that for every specific community, every specific groups of people, the hegemony and the structure of power is also very different. Like, for example, the powers I trust in, for example, be it, I don't know, some sort of legal structures or elected officials, or doesn't matter who, there are people who I do follow, who I do trust, and who I see as that is my dominant narrative that I want to follow and live my life by. And then for certain groups of people, the dominant narrative is done by completely different structures of power. So this is, again, it's all extremely how to call it, very, very, very vague, and it's different for each one of us and for different groups of people.
Eleutheria?
Yeah, I mean, I find this conversation extremely enriching for me, because narrative has been defined in ways that I never thought about. So thank you all for that. And I would like to suggest there is a book by a French sociologist, Bourdieu, who wrote about the symbolic violence. And in a sense, he describes it is about actually the patriarchal society and women, and describes actually how there is this, in the structure of the society, there are all these ways that the narrative passes, and we see what is not masculine is not normal. So maybe I would like to leave you with this question. Do we consider the dominant narrative normal?
Yeah, the idea of normal is a really interesting, the norm. Yasmin.
I just want to quickly agree. I mean, I'm with you, Eleftheria. I think this dialogue has been extremely enriching for me. I love to revisit and re-question my beliefs about narratives, and I loved what you raised about the spiritual factor of the narratives, and maybe that's also where I would like to end this conversation on my part today, about the importance of processes of open democracy, and also what we do here today of just creating these safe spaces of being able to meet and being able to feel the importance of raising your voice and your perspectives to give a little part of your narrative, and about how it about the importance of that, and again to come back to just the beauty of the indigenous peoples and their ways of how fundamental narratives are for them, of their cultural survival, of their spiritual survival, of the importance of passing down narratives, of passing down stories, and the belief of who we are as humans and what we are doing here. And I really think it was beautiful to do that together with you guys today. So thank you on my part.
Thank you, Yasmin. So I will also say my thanks. And if nobody else would like to speak, I will make a sound to wrap this up, and to invite Brenna, if you would like to join us for a goodbye before we.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, here he is.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you so much. It was a very beautiful dialogue. Lovely to hear from the background. And with that, I take the tangerine back from the center, and I will be posting here in the chat for you 2 links. One is going to be about a wonder session that we're going to be having in the break of the whole program. Can you see in the chat? There's the 2 links from 1:15 to 2:30 Central European time, so Berlin time. You can access this wonder, and all the participants from all 48 countries will be invited to be there, so you can enter there exactly in these times. The other link is a survey that we would love to hear how this experience was for you, and also hear what were your insights still fresh after the dialogue that you could share with us. That would be really lovely to have, and for us also to continue to grow this initiative. With that, I will say goodbye. Thank you so much for your time and for the exchange. Elada, thank you for hosting the space, and we will be in touch with you for future dialogues. All the best. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yes.
Super.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey. So this is going to be the second session of the day for this room. And just before we kick started, I just do a few words. I see you already put like your locations there. So we have Riga, Pune, Sterling, Munich, and Florian. Do you want to add where you're right now to your next to your name?
Right now, I'm normally based in Prague, but I'm in Wiesbaden at the moment in Germany.
Okay, so let me see if I can do that for you. Yes. So let's put Wiesbaden. Perfect. Great. So we have a diverse group together, and the facilitator of this session will be Shiv Shera, and I will pass the talking piece to him in a bit. But before that, just to remind you, if you're not speaking, please put yourself on mute, because there could be like some background noise, and it helps for us to listen to one another. And when you speak, let's try to keep this movement of grabbing the talking piece and then unmute yourself, basically for us to listen. And I will ask Shiv Shera to, he's going to do a short introduction to give you a spark of the theme, of the topic. And the dialogue can go anywhere you guys lead it to. Yeah, it's very organic. And I will ask Shiv Shera to do a sound when he has finished his introduction so that the dialogue can start. And then in the end of the dialogue, also the same sound or another sound for me to know in the back end as well that the session has finished, and I come in again to say goodbye to you. And about 10 minutes before the session finishes, I'm going to place a reminder here in the chat just for us to slowly wrap up the session. Are there any questions from your side? Doesn't look like it. Perfect. So the seed topic of this session now is inclusive collaboration in society. And let's see, I have a few fruits here. I have a banana. I'll take the banana, and I'll place the banana right in the middle for Shiv Shera to transform in whatever he wants. And you can have a lovely dialogue together. Thank you so much, and see you in about 60 minutes again. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benno. Namaste, everyone. Welcome to our session. I'm very happy to be here and very grateful to be facilitating this. I hope all of you have your talking sticks. And just 3 pointers about the dialogue. One is to be precise. Second one, to speak from the heart. And third one, to listen as you would like to be heard. And I always like to add 3 more from my end. One is authenticity, presence, and fun. So I invite you to this space. I invite you. Our topic today, before we dive into it, let's take a short introduction from everyone so we can get to know each other. And then I will introduce the topic and we'll take it from there. So I put the talking piece in the center, and whoever would like to speak can start.
Hi, I'm Alistair Campbell. I run an independent arts organisation in Scotland called AC Projects, which is responsible for 2 festivals of experimental music.
So, Alistair, you have put your, show that the hand is gone back. It's just,
All right.
Just a way of creating this environment as if we are together and, physically, you know?
I was already trying to grab it. So I'm Florian. I'm I'm from Germany, which is where, you know, let's say the center of my life is, but I've been living in Prague for a number of years, and I'm running a banking business there. Yeah, that's basically it. Enjoying the lockdown, being able to go from place to place.
Hi, my name is Maya. I work in independent theater in Riga, Latvia. We are not really working at the moment, but I'm still in the office, which is at the same time also a rehearsing space. And next to me in the background, there are artists working. Yeah, and so I'm looking forward to this session to share some thoughts with you.
So hello everyone, I am Julia. I am calling from Munich, as you see, from home as well. And yeah, I'm working in the field of social impact and currently at an organization called Social Impact Lab all over Germany. My current project, which I started a month ago, is to build up a mentoring matching system for migrant entrepreneurship. And I have worked also on the topic of age inclusion in my previous job. And yeah, I'm a design thinking coach, and I also have a background in theater, which I studied once in a time ago. And I'm super interested to bring together the social sector and the private sector to support each other.
Thank you very much for all your wonderful introductions. I can see we have a fabulous, diverse group, and age-wise and gender-wise, I'm liking the space already. So the topic for today is inclusive collaboration in society. As for me, my name is Shera. I am a bioarchitect, an artist and personal growth facilitator. Spiritually, I follow the timeless, ancient Eastern wisdom of surrendering to a guru. So I am in training in a mentoring intensive with my guru. And because of my seeking nature and the topic inclusive collaboration in society, I decided to break down. I decided to break it down for it to be more tangible for us. So if you remove the word society, you take it out and you look at the person, and now the person sitting here that create the society, how can we internally be inclusive within ourselves? How can we become more inclusive beings, have a more collaborative effort between our intent, our thinking, and our actions? So I wanted to start this off, start off the question amongst us, and not in a threatening manner, but in a very non-judgmental manner. Have you taken any inclusive steps? Have you been inspired by any inclusive steps in your personal life that you would like to share with us that can relate and make you a more a holistic person? Or if you know of anyone, of you heard of anything that inspires you in that aspect? And so this is my question, a more introspective one from where I would like to begin. And so I don't know if you can hear that, but here is the talking piece. And oh, one more thing, sorry. In a dialogue, silence is welcome. So at any point of time, if no one would like to speak, please enjoy the silence and let's enjoy this. Thank you.
Maybe I just can share like my very personal story. I think that during this pandemic or the time that we have been stuck at our homes or other very like small spaces, and at the same time having the possibility to be together with the whole world and follow all the things that happen elsewhere. And I have thought a lot about the ways how society or myself have been becoming more and more judgmental, more and more having or thinking about the right opinion, about how my opinion, how I myself differ from the others, and this exaggeration of this difference has become so tense that I really started to wonder where we can go from there. And then I think yesterday I was watching the Stephen Colbert's show, and he said like this one thing about so easy and yet so difficult how not to hate each other. Like how do we start not from the things that how we differ and how our differences are so important that we lose this common humanity, and this somehow also with my inner development or my personal story, I decided to kind of try at least every day to think about it, and even with all the difficult issues and all the difficult problems that we see in what happens in society and in our life, I like started to think more, how do I approach them? How do I change my standing point in the beginning? How do I say, like, I come with peace or I come with love, which is like everybody has to always say the opinion and state this this very, very individualistic view on and how I think that things are right, and how to, yes, and my personal topic probably is about how to get less judgmental and just be a human.
And very interesting points there, but I'd like to also give my personal take on inclusivity and also collaborating. I think they're two very big subjects in the arts particularly, but I think all across society. I mean, I can't do anything as an independent arts organization without collaborating and also without thinking of inclusivity, as in trying to include as many people as I can in whatever's happening. The difficulty, I think, and the contradiction is that the arts is such an individualistic pursuit as an artist. And I always struggle with this situation, and that's why I don't make art exactly. And I help produce art, and I help open up opportunities for other people to express, to do whatever they do. And I think this idea of judgment is a very interesting thing from the arts point of view, and I'm talking from that sector because that's where I work, is that people are so quick in the arts to judge other people's tastes, other people's opinions. But actually, what I've been trying to do with the music festivals that we do is that people always ask me, "Oh, do you like all that stuff? Do you enjoy all that music?" And I say, it's not really what it's about. It's not actually about me enjoying things. It's not about me as a person. It's about opening up these opportunities for dialogue, just like we're doing just now. And actually more and more I see the arts, well, recently, over the last 5 years, in what I've been doing, we are opening up this discussion about what is the arts, who's it for, who does it include? You know, to me, the arts, like all parts of society, is so hierarchical, and people's higher taste, high art, low art. And it seems to me really absurd. Some ways, everybody can make music, bang a gong, hit a drum. There are different degrees of making music, but that doesn't mean enjoyment and pleasure and expression cannot be done by anybody. So this idea of inclusiveness, and as I said already, I can't do anything without collaborating with other people. So that's kind of the big part of my life. And I think actually more and more, every aspect of society, we realize that, we have to work with other people. And actually the idea of, we make judgments in everything we do when we're making a cup of coffee or choosing a record or music to listen to. And I think that is a judgment, but the idea of judging other people as good or bad is so absurd, really.
My thought about this question starts very, very, very inside me. I'm thinking of moments when I think everybody does that, but I do that for sure publicly here now. I speak to myself, and I have internal conversations with different parts of me that sometimes maybe conflicting, and this practice, let's say, helps me to stay in some sort of distance from there and understand myself more. And the beauty and challenge is to bring already those parts inside myself together and to integrate them, and that is what forms me. And this is it's a fun and interesting process to witness and to steer at the same time. Isn't that crazy? And the other thought I have, of course, is working with other people and including other people in my life. And there's something that astonishes me every time when I think about it, is that we live in the same world or in the same country or even in the same house. We work in the same space, and still everybody has such a different perception of the world and of themselves. And sometimes I really ask myself, what does it feel to be you? Or do you know what it feels to be me? Yeah.
You're muted, Florian.
So here I am. Sorry for that. The term inclusion, it's always tricky to define what it means. But if I try to listen to what I've heard from the other friends in this group, I must say that I'm in a state of very strong optimism at the moment in my relation with other people, and I tell you why. And I'm not optimistic about all the suffering that's happening now. I mean, this is not. I'm not trying to put this in relation. I'm just saying that I see a lot of positive things in how I interact with other people and how people interact with each other. There's one thing that I have found that, and probably other people have found the same, that we assumed that if we communicate by media, like we do now, this is a lot less personal than if we meet in person, which is true. But I have found in some occasions that this is actually a huge opportunity, because it takes emotions out of a situation where they shouldn't be. You can organize meetings where there is, from experience, there is guaranteed to be conflict that will destroy any potential agreement. And if you do it in a setting like we have it now with video or Skype or whatever, you take the emotions out and you can work together a lot better than you could in person. The other thing is you remove a lot of the things that separate people. Because if I would say in my previous life, I was wearing a pinstripe suit and a white shirt and a tie. Now, why don't I do this now? I don't know. It's a uniform. It's also a tool to separate me from others, like the doctor who's wearing a white coat, which is completely useless, but it's used to separate, and we don't do that. So I think there is we have an opportunity to create a more egalitarian relationship to each other without trying to use tools like dressing or whatever it is. The place where we meet, there is no place where we meet to interact. So this is what comes to me in the context, especially of what has been said before.
Just to pick up on some of that, Florian, it's very interesting for somebody who has been involved in live performance music for 25 years, 30 years even, to actually come to this situation and think, well, what do we do now? And this side, what opportunities it has given is that actually we can work with anybody across any part of the world, and it breaks some barriers like age or people who cannot travel or such things. They can still perform or do something for my festival, or they can still have a presence. It's a different, I would emphasize it's a different thing, but that doesn't mean it's good or bad. It's a different thing from doing a live concert. But I do think that's, to me, been a very positive thing from this idea of being locked down in your home. We've been able to work with artists that maybe can't travel or who are in their 80 years of age or something like that. And that has been, so that's an inclusive thing that's come about because we've had to use different medias to create whatever we're creating.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. This possibilities of this online cooperation, and especially about this costume. Let's call it that you mentioned, Florian, the suit. And I have to say, these days this year, I've been in many different online events, and still there is a difference. You can have something like this where the whole space is made to be inclusive, and there are also spaces where it's still important what you have in your background, what you're wearing, and stuff like that. And for me, the essence of this is, how do you create the space? And in online cooperation, I see you have to be more structured, or the structure and the space needs to be given much more attention, because you only have this hole inside of your computer and this microphone that you interact with in the end, like in physically, and that's an art to create a space online that is inclusive, just as much as it's an art to create an offline space that's inclusive. And that's a challenge that I think that is very much the core of what I do, to create the space and also to reach people from different worlds and to bring them together and to translate different languages. And I don't mean like from English to Spanish or something, can also be, but also from the maybe banking business language to the language of welfare and care workers, and to provide understanding. And that is something that I want to create, and that I want to see so much more, this understanding, because we understand each other. I believe that.
And yet I still kind of keep thinking about how to deal with the people who don't want to be inclusive, who just want to state their opinion. And I was just reading a description about how we should prepare for this meeting and dialogue, and I was so inspired because I have all the time also thought about, like, we have so many discussions and people want to discuss, but what is the discussion? It's just trying to state my opinion is better than the other. And the question is about the listening and how to make people listen, because I don't know, maybe it's a bit different in Western Europe, but I think what takes place now in East European countries, which has been like post-Soviet time, although it has been already 30 years since the break of the Soviet Union, this wish or this longing for kind of very clear structures or very clear ways how to deal and very precise instructions how we must behave and what is right and what is wrong is so present at the moment. And of course this overall situation with the virus doesn't help it, and people become so divided, and yes, and how even in a small society how to change this discourse and what we can contribute to it and how we should do it. Because for me also it's always the question, like, I'm interested to do the arts, but sometimes I feel like that the arts has value as long as it helps people to regain health, as it helps people to with their social issues. And like always I have the feeling that the point is missing, because what the arts does like is something different, and sometimes it can include all those qualities and values in that, but still there is something behind the doors. And yes, these are the questions I also have in my mind.
I think what you're saying about there's a desperation at the moment, and I think the lockdown and pandemic has accentuated this sort of desperation of people in our systems are breaking down, or people think or appear to be breaking down. And I think the arts in the UK, the arts is always goes through these cyclical periods where it's seen to the arts has to be doing something to help the society. And then it goes through another cycle, and the arts just does the arts, whatever it does, and expresses whatever the artist wants. I think for me, there's a happy medium where I think the arts has responsibility, but artists generally, in my experience, will approach these all issues of society. They may maybe in an abstract way, but I feel as though the systems that we're working with, and I don't like to use words like capitalism and things, but they are the monetization of the arts and the commercialization of all these things is creating an anxiety across our society, which is very, very difficult for us to grapple with when our governments across the world, I don't think it's an East-West, I think it's across the world, are seemingly becoming more authoritarian. And they're also unaccountable, and so as citizens of the world, we become more desperate to wonder what can we do, and for me, the arts it's got to be defended because it's a way for all of us to express something of this nature. And I think the responsibility now is for it to address a lot of these issues. The music festivals that I run, music in itself is a very abstract form. It can have words, but it can just express joy. It can express X, Y, and Z. But there's ways for me and working with artists, we can do different things to address some of this. Now, I don't say we'll change the world like the arts used to do, but I think we can still address all these problems. And if more people we talk to and open the dialogue with about these things, then hopefully we can change things in some small ways. But I think the word collaborative is key in this, because I think it's not about the arts working in some silo. It's about working with scientists, working with different people, and because creativity to me is a human thing that we all express and we all do. Creativity seems to always be connected to the arts, and it seems very ridiculous to me. You know, I've been many things in my career, from a gardener to a tea room runner, a tree room owner, to a record shop. You know, I've done a lot of different things, and I don't think creativity is just sticks with the arts, and I think that's something that we've got to be careful about.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful. You know, all the things that everyone is saying, especially I take the thread what Alasdair said, and how do you recognize your own contribution? How do you recognize what you mean to you and to society or to a set of people, and yet extend yourself and be part of the collective? How do you deal with your ego or your own individuality that comes up, or your own judgments? And you know, you spoke about it, we are judging by whether we make a cup of coffee. It's a phenomenal example, because in my training, my understanding, there's a fine line between resonance and judgment. So if I resonate with you and I want to work with you, that doesn't mean I'm not including the others. It's just that there is a space for collaboration there, and then we can move forward, and we can include more of diversity, seemingly from a non-diverse space. And Florian, your point of the advantage of the online medium, I think it presents a great opportunity, because you have to crystallize your thought. You have to get to the point. You have to make your message clear. And if you do meet in person, and when you do meet, then that meeting is another whole game altogether. You have the pleasure of the online and the pleasure of in person. You know, like, wow, okay. you find the beauty in both. You find the power in both, the importance in both, and you can bring your best selves to both places. Mm-hmm. I'd like to add Maya's point of how do you get along with different perspectives? If you have different perspectives, how do you get along? How do you find how? Because this, rightfully said, Alasdair, around the world we have a lot of authoritarian regimes coming up. It's quite obvious. And in our own daily life, we see people close to us having such strong points of views. As Julia's work was saying, when she works with people, how do you integrate that? How do you bring that home? My question, what I like to do, or what I am trained to do, what I like to look at is, how can I translate that into my daily interactions with people? So who am I meeting daily? How does it translate into my thoughts? How does it reflect upon me, this partisan world, this seemingly disparate, unfortunate things that are happening? How can I leave that aside, and how do I seek clarity, beauty, authenticity? How do I see purpose?
I'm very interested in the ways that I personally have changed over the years. I could have been accused of having strong opinions as a young person. I think all young people have strong opinions. It's how we, in my case, how did I turn that around to be a positive in a sense? I would have judged everybody's music taste as terrible compared with mine. You know, very simple thing, but I don't think that's an unnatural thing to do. It's how to contain that and realize that that's a ridiculous statement, you know, or thing to believe that my opinions. How do you change that around? I mean, and also for me, working in music for a long time, it's this realization that, you know, that everybody's opinions is valid. Every type of music is valid, but it's just how you want to, as a person, work with other people, and then work together, and then whatever happens. So most of the music festivals, all the music festivals that I've ever run, are about creating new music. So in many different forms. So the idea is the collaborations, and this is what I've come to believe anyway, is that there's no right or wrong. If you're going to create something new, there's no right or wrong. And that to me is a very positive opportunity where you can't really, so people, and then so an audience or people then listen to that music and they cannot, they have opinions, but it's, and that their opinions are valid, but actually it doesn't really matter, because the creative process, getting to that point of creating something new, 10 years time, we may be able to judge something on way, but at that point in time, it's about the process. It's about that interaction with an audience, about the dialogue, and that to me, that can be compared to anything else in the way that we create things in society. It's not just, so I mentioned the music because that's what I do, but it could be something else. If you're creating a new system of politics, a new system of banking, everybody will question it. But you've got to allow that process to happen, and hopefully be a positive process. That's the way I've come to do what I do now. That's the way I approach everything. So.
If the theme is inclusion, do we think that governments do a good job at fostering inclusion, and do we think they are the right institutions in society to foster inclusions, or should it be rather, for example, the corporate world or the institutionalized art world? You know, if you know what I mean. Because I think that on such social subjects, that is my opinion, companies are currently, and will even more in the future, have much more responsibility to create a better world than governments do. I think there will be a shift, and in leading companies, you see it happening, that the goals are becoming more complicated. It used to be to make money, but this is completely different today, and changing more and more. But I don't know if others share the same view.
Well, first of all, I think it's not one or the other, government or corporates or the art world. It's an everybody's business. On the other hand, like down to earth, realistic, practically speaking, of course, the position that is in the most power also has the most power to change, and there with the most responsibility. And obviously, these big corporates who have their network and business and functioning globally, that's a country doesn't function globally. And this, I mean, these structures are very powerful, and I absolutely do want to see companies, corporates, especially if they are big ones, to really step into this responsibility and find solutions how they can take their social and global responsibility and put it into action. And for me, one idea for this is really creating a space for collaboration, for finding solutions, and the space where everybody can work together, which will include governments and arts and so on. And it's like the structures, they play different roles. You're a participant of creating an inclusive space as a corporate, but you're also have the responsibility to make sure it's there. And then I see it as some sort of give and take, where it's always at least two things, or not even more, that roles that you can play. And I do want to see that shift, that it's a conscious act to go there, to create the space, to take responsibility, and to look further than profit, of course.
I think it's a very interesting thing to think about, this idea that corporate companies, the large corporate companies, will become accountable to the society that they are using, I would say, or exploiting to make themselves very rich. Because I mean, at the moment, what we are on, the platform we are on, is probably owned by some massive corporate. All the media companies, Amazon, Google, all the rest of it, they are not very accountable at this point. So to get them accountable would be the first step. And I don't know who does, how the mechanisms to change that. Are the government that changes that? Well, it seems to me that that's not working. So who can change that? We have to change that ourselves. I think it's a great idea that these, and I think you're right that Florian, that government is going to take, is not the body to create inclusive societies. They seem to be working the opposite way at the moment. But the corporate powers at B at the moment, I'm not quite sure how we make them more accountable. I mean, I know that Mark Zuckerberg and different people have been brought up to the Senate or wherever they've been brought up to be accountable, but they're not. That's just almost pantomime to me at the moment. But I think that's what we have to do. That's what has to happen.
Maya, would you like to say something in connection with this or any of the previous questions or dialogues? Whatever's on your mind.
No, I just got carried away with the thinking about about how we were held responsible to big corporate and invisible institutions. I would say that run or that we are using in our everyday life, and of course, one way. I mean, there are some politicians who already are raising awareness and raising the voice and trying to influence it on governmental level. But probably the existing structures as they are, they will also, the ways of the government works, it has to change. Otherwise, it's not really functional. Or I mean, it's in the process of changing to somewhat else, because somehow I feel that also the situation has opened up the questions like how do we locate? We cannot close the border. The virus is getting everywhere anyway, and we cannot change the way of our life anymore. And at the same time, of course, we will never be able to, to create a society, a global society where everybody is equal, everybody is happy, and everyone is like have the same possibilities as everybody else. And yes, this is where I got so far.
I just, because I also believe that, of course, governments play a role in that, and I mean, the SDGs, for example, they are a result of more of something that has been pushed by politics, and of course, the responsibility to make that happen and to achieve those goals is also a big part towards the corporates, not only. And what I was thinking is that on a political plane, on a corporate plane, what I think is necessary is more a mindset of collaboration, because even between governments, between nations, there's competition. Who is better? Who has got the vaccine first, or whatever? And it's, of course, between corporates, you have competition, you have the market. Everybody's competing with each other. Yeah, because maybe the goals that they are hitting is a mindset of scarcity, that there is not enough, or something that is the rule of the market, that there has to be competition because it's healthy. And I wonder what happens if the market would be really more collaborative. And we know that, and it's happening, and we see that there's more and more collaboration happening, and we understand now that diversity makes you strong, also makes a company strong and makes a business grow. And to implement that more and more, and at a certain point, of course, it's also a political decision to foster collaboration. For example, I do projects sometimes that are funded by government. How do I get the fund? Through a competition. And not all, but most of the government funding, you get them by winning some sort of competition. And there are possibilities to have an emphasis more on collaboration on this specific point, and also, yeah, in generally on the corporate plane and the market, a collaborative market. Let's see how this will look.
That's a powerful point. Competition versus collaboration. Very powerful.
I think this idea of competition stems from our educational systems as much as it does from anything else. From the very beginning of our learning, we are told to compete in exams and get the best the marks. And my partner works in education. She's not a teacher, but she works in education and developing different education. And it's a very difficult thing to get across that the education should not just be about being the best, you know, and I think that, to me, that's what's, in my opinion, is wrong with a lot of our systems in society now, is that we continually drum that into young people, and then when they fail, that really, it scars them for life almost, when they fail in the education system. Because maybe they're not a very good reader when they're 10 years old, or they're not very good at something, or seemingly not very good. And I feel as though that continues all the way. I feel the education system is set up just for one system, and that is the capitalist system. So, and that's the way that we've formed the society we've got now. I think what I'm very interested in is that something like climate change and the pandemic, say, these are the things that are going to change our thinking, because we'll have to change our thinking. And when it starts to affect us, as it does in Chennai, when I've been in South India, when I've been luckily enough in Australia, in Eastern Australia, in Melbourne and New South Wales, the forest fires are destroying people's homes because of climate change. And that's when suddenly human beings start to react. And it's a shame that that's maybe what it takes, something like climate change, but that's where I see people, you know, systems may have to change. And in the way, that is the only way, it seems to me, and it seems very fatalistic, that might be the only way that collaboration is forced upon us, which will be a good thing.
I'm sorry I got locked out, but I think what you are talking about is how through disasters we come together in a more powerful way, right? And I think 2020 is proof of that. Everybody spoke about suffering from health problems and feeling isolated, but all I can see around me, and in general I've been traveling, is that people are fitter, people are more inclusive, people have learned to deal with their own, face their own hellish nature and come out more resilient, stronger, powerful. And in fact, talking about actual natural disasters, one of the best examples of rehabilitation and affordable housing and huge schemes which work with the locally available natural materials, work with people across all sectors, and have got government funding across all institutions, have come out from earthquakes and unfortunate disasters like that in Gujarat, in India, in Nepal after the earthquake. So yeah, tough times do bring out the most inclusive in us.
It's a shame that's what has to happen. I would like to think we could change things without natural disasters, but it's part of our human makeup that these things force us to think. But another example personally is that I have had to think about care in society for elderly people, because my mother's 93, and it's made me think about what I do with the arts, in the sense of people who care for other people and the opportunities they don't have because they're full-time carers. So we've set up a residency program to offer the opportunity to people who have been artists or have been practicing musicians in the past, but are now, are now dedicated to caring for a parent or a relative or a friend even. And we're offering time and space and money to help that opportunity happen. But that has happened also because I've been looking after my mother, and I've thought about this is a very difficult situation, and we need to do something more about it, and here that these opportunities should be wider spread, and people that care for other people should still have the opportunity. I mean, it goes across lots of different areas, but that's one example of, you know, changing my mind thinking. It's not a disaster exactly, but it's something that's happened to me and it's made me change.
Just a quick time check. We've got about 9 minutes to wrap up our session. So I'd like to invite you to come up with closing thoughts, maybe something you've taken away from this session today that really touched your heart, or you've learned something from one of us.
Just this, what I probably will leave today with, just want like this one small thought about doing something for your mom, or your mom inspiring you to do something to change your work or to expand your work. And I think that like these small steps matter, and this is maybe also the question or the answer to the question of myself, like, but if I cannot change everything around me, maybe I just start with myself and then see how the like outside changes.
I take from this meeting a very positive that the people are talking. I mean, I think that the one thing that has happened, and I think Florian touched on this from the pandemic, is that people are getting together. I mean, for myself, we formed, last year we formed this network of organisations in Scotland. It would never happen. I don't think it would have happened without this lockdown situation, because for whatever reason we wouldn't get together. Nobody would find the time to get together, but because of Zoom and the pandemic, we've got together and we're talking about ways to help each other and a resource. And I take it same from this meeting, in the sense that I think it's always very positive for lots of different people to just have a, you know, talk basically.
Maybe to pick up on that, there was a lot of talk in Germany during a phase of the pandemic about which professions or which people are essential for the society and which are not, which I found really, you know, of course you immediately think, well, you know, in the context of, you know, vaccinations and that kind of thing. So you immediately think of firefighters and, you know, the people that we need as a society to survive. But over time, I started to think that this is an absolutely absurd question, because everybody is. And I think that links to the inclusion point that was made in the beginning. And I think my impression is a lot of people have thought about this, you know, how can you prioritize? You probably in practical life you have to, but how can you prioritize and say one is more important than the other? So maybe this helps us think of that. It helped me to think of that.
My conclusion is, or my little personal call to action is to really spread more stories about collaboration and networks, to make it public, to talk about it, to use examples, to gather examples, how it works well, there's tons of things like that happening, and to spread that more, that in the long term, this becomes a norm, because for me it's a matter of stories and also myths that are running around in the world that things have to be competitive, and I would like to be part of creating the myth that I like more, that things have to be collaborative to work. I believe in that.
Just to add to this idea of networks and collaborating, for me, it's about resources, and there's less and less resources in the world. And that just doesn't just mean money, but it does include financial resources. I think coming together, you can share some of that. And that's what we're trying to do with the network we've just formed. And resources are things like policies, which we have to all write, that actually are all the same policies, but we don't share them because we're scared that one's better than the other. Again, competition. So, but actually to share these resources means that a lot of work is done and you don't have to repeat it, and it saves time and that saves money, and this is something that I think collaborative working can really help with, because there's so little resources left in all sorts of ways, and we need to think about that.
That's beautiful. My takeaway from this is gratitude. Gratitude that I have for the friends, for the acquaintances, hopefully friends across the world who are actually genuinely contemplating about inclusion and have shared something that they each have done in their personal lives, from what we have seen in our dialogue so far, not only on their personal, not only on themselves and the way they deal with people, but also in society. So it's a multi-layered approach. I'm really grateful for that, because that's what I live by. That's what I've been practicing my entire life. And yeah, so I'm going to end our session. And before I ring the bell, I would like to thank all of you for being present here. And with this, we now end our session. And Renno should be entering anytime. He told me once I ring the bell, he'd be here.
Thank you. Thank you, Shiva.
Hey guys, here I am.
Hi.
So much for the lovely dialogue. It was really nice to hear here in the background. Thank you, Shiv Sheriff, for holding space, and for all of you to co-creating the dialogue together. I will place here in the chat 2 links that you can access. One of them is the Space of Wonder that you probably just got an email before. It's a place we created in the break that it will start now in 1 minute, where all the participants will have access to. So you can go there and talk to beyond your own dialogue session. And the other link is a survey. We would love to hear your feedback, your experience, how you experienced the session, and for us also to grow this initiative and make a next edition. So we would love to hear your insights and feedback on it. I hope it was a good experience for you, and I wish you a very nice rest of the day. All the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, how do I leave? How do I leave? There we go.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Can you
Hi.
hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I just ask if you can mute yourself, then we can hear to the ones who are speaking. So I'll take the words just in the beginning briefly and welcome you to this room. My name is Breno, and I'm one of the organizers of the Solidialogues happening today and tomorrow. And this is a session that is going to be facilitated by Sylvia Angel and co-created by all of you together. The seed topic, so to say, of this session is narratives of change and separatism in Europe and the UK. That said, this is a seed topic, and where the dialogue can go wherever it leads to. So this is decided by you in collaboration. It took a little bit longer because there was one person who had confirmed and didn't show up. If this person still happens to appear in the first few minutes, I still put her in. If not, it's going to be between the 5 of you. Okay? So I just ask you to exactly be considerate to who is speaking. So unmute yourself when you are listening or speaking. And I'll ask Sylvia if you could. So Sylvia is going to do a short introduction in the beginning to trigger the conversation. And then she's going to do a sound to start the dialogue. And then when it's up to 10 minutes, almost ending, I'm going to write here in the private chat to remind you of this closure. And then when it's really ended, Sylvia, I'll ask you to do another sound to close the dialogue session. And I will then come still to say goodbye to you and still share a link with you. I just see. So Olivia is joining us. Hello, Olivia. Welcome.
Hi.
Hey, welcome. So we were just about to start, and I'm passing the talking piece. I have a few here, so I'll get a little owl I have over here, and I'll put it right in the virtual center, and Sylvia can transform it in whatever she would like to, and I will see you again in about 60 minutes. Have a lovely dialogue. Bye-bye.
So I'm going to pick it up. Thank you, Breno. Welcome, all of you. It's nice to have you all here. I feel really honored to hold this space. My talking piece is this little stick, and I always like this idea of that when I hold it, I'm closer to my own truth, and I kind of speak from my truth, and I invite you to find your own piece somewhere that you can share, that you're holding while you're speaking. And maybe just a quick reminder sort of for the dialogue that there's 3 things we thrive for in a way in a dialogue. That is that we are brief and precise, that we speak from our heart, and that we listen as we would like to be listened to. And when I sat down and looked at the topic that we have as a seed topic, narratives of change and separatism in Europe and the UK, I already had pictures in my head coming up. And so I started thinking, what is relevant? What do we kind of need? And being a storyteller, I know that we can, when we look at something, we can choose what parts we want to tell about. And I think that is a really valuable thing to kind of choose. What do we actually want to emphasize on? In that sense, I invite you to answer, or we start with this question. We can go wherever we want to, but the question that I wanted to start with is, what stories encourage you to cultivate solidarity and change? So really this, what is the kind of things you want to share that encourage you and might encourage others, so that we start with this sort of lens of what helps us cultivating solidarity and positive change. So this is the invitation, and I'm gonna put my talking piece in the middle, and after that I'm gonna play a sound, and then whoever wants to can just grab the talking piece and start talking, and we listen all the way until this person puts the talking piece back and someone else picks it up. So in a way I'm holding the space, but the talking piece is also hosting us and kind of showing who is talking. And when you kind of pick it up, you can go slowly, because then we can kind of see, is there two people that want to, and maybe one can hold back and say, okay, someone else first. Yeah, and I'm just really looking forward. So I put this piece in the middle.
I'll take it if that's okay. Let's start off. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
We're having plumbing work done today, the joys of working from home. So if you hear noise in the background, that's what it is. My name is Lisa and I'm with European Movement Ireland, an NGO working to strengthen the relationship between Ireland and the other countries of Europe, and to promote an understanding and share information about what it is the European Union does for us in Ireland and broadly on a pan-European perspective. So something that's always been important for us is to listen to people's experiences of Europe in Ireland. And incidentally, at the moment, we're doing a poll that we do once a year with an Irish polling company to get people's opinions on things like Brexit. Has Brexit impacted your life as a person in Ireland? How has it impacted your life? What do you think about the future of Europe? What do you think about the direction Europe is taking and things like that? So we often do that and reach out, and it's just so important. And through citizens' dialogues and different things, of course, listening to people's voices on the ground and what they want from the future of Europe. It's been important to the EU for years. It's important to us in our work as an NGO. And I think it's just super important in general, as you say, for solidarity, for understanding, to reach out and to listen. And it's something we've seen a lot in recent referendums in Ireland too, on same-sex marriage, on rights for abortion. We've listened to people's stories, and that has actually shaped how the country voted. They listened to people talking about their son who wanted to marry his boyfriend, and this resulted in a really strong yes vote for marriage equality. So it's something we found super important to us in Ireland, and I think should be done broadly across Europe. That's my input, if that's all right.
Thank you. So you can now choose to react either to the question I put in the middle or to what Lisa said, whatever wants to be said from your side. You're still on mute, Brian.
No, I'm not. Thank you. Is that okay? Great, thanks. In a way, something that's very much more at an individual level. My wife and I are not retired, we're semi-retired. We go to Germany on holiday every year, we have done for a long time. And we're planning over the next 3 to 5 years to make a number of extended stays in Germany, probably for a month to maybe 3 months. And I'd just be interested to know the kinds of things that people think we might do whilst we're in Germany, probably in the Berlin area, but not necessarily all the time. That might actually promote a bit of solidarity. And I'm the only UK. Oh no, there's another UK person here. Yeah, if we could leave. I mean, I think I don't think we'll be back in the European Union whilst I'm alive, sadly. But beyond that, I think there is a chance that would happen. And if we could leave a little bit of something along the way to help it along, that would be nice. So we'll be in Germany quite a bit over the next few years, wondering what we could do while we're there. Thanks.
Thank you. What's on your minds? The other ones that didn't say anything yet. You have to unmute yourself again.
Yeah, sorry. Lisa, I was just thinking about what you were saying about you're doing, that the UK seems to be kind of physically in the way of Ireland a little bit in terms of access to Europe. What's the reaction been in Ireland to what's happened, seems to have happened here?
Thanks, Brian, and great to see everybody and chat to you across the water from us. I suppose, I mean, we could have 3-hour dialogue about this, but there's been such widespread discussion because there's so many different areas, as I know you'll know from your own media and things as well, on areas like fisheries and trade and everything like that. But I suppose the number one thing that we always remember on our side, I suppose, of Europe is that the UK will always be close partners of Ireland. We'll always have, hopefully, our common travel area and those really close like ancestral links, and like my sister lives in London, you know, so many Irish go to the UK, so many of the people from the UK have Irish roots. So I think we'll always be close neighbours and friends, I would hope. So there's that kind of relationship that we're working to kind of keep strong. And then separately, as you say, developing sort of a new relationship with the EU and as our place in the EU, without the UK, because of course we would have been very much together in a lot of things that happened within the EU, Ireland and the UK together. We joined with the UK originally. So it is that thing of how do we now form a new relationship with Europe minus the UK? And sure, like a lot of work has to be done on that with trade. And, you know, I see France saying, we're your new closest physical neighbour, as you say, the boundary there with the UK in the middle. But I think, you know, we all just have to work together, as the UK knows, to form new trade agreements and new all sorts of personal and professional agreements to make this work. Because sure, the UK has left the EU, but that doesn't mean we can't continue to work together in different ways. And we are with the vaccine rollout and things like that. So yeah, there's been positive and negative reactions. People are quite strongly impacted in Ireland because the UK is leaving. I won't deny that, but I think it's all about looking forward for us anyway in EM Ireland. It's looking forward to say how can we make this work as is, basically.
Yes, hello from Amsterdam. We are basically based in Amsterdam, and Berlin is an option B to us. I think I can connect to both speakers on the substantial level. I would like to go back to the roots, and roots means in this case back to history, to some particular history, go back to historiography. And if I would mention this in terms of, well, present solidarity or future solidarity, I would go back. And it's actually, today it's the first birthday of our initiative. I founded the initiative Alpha 100 exactly 1 year ago on March the 19th. And it's a commission for transnational reappraisal, revaluation, and commemorative culture from 1914. That's what I mean by history. I think we should start with writing a new history, and that means also a novel historiography, replacing the existing one and transcend the existing, obviously national historiographies by that. For now, that's it.
going to share a little bit as a participant. I had this interesting moment when I read the title where it said Europe and the UK, that I had this question of Europe is bigger than the EU, and is this like, this seems like a dualism now, but what I heard from Peter also is this, yeah, how do we even deal with national borders, and what do they mean for us within Europe, but also within kind of solidarity and helping each other? Yeah, I don't know. It's just sort of, I have more questions around that in a bigger way.
And I think like this period during the pandemic has been a real learning for that kind of thing, Sylvia, where, you know, at the beginning of the pandemic, it was clear that Europe wasn't working together, you know, in solidarity. And in fairness, I always thought to myself, every country was in, you know, sort of almost panic mode and had to make something work. And it was hard to think more broadly as a union then. But with time, I think we saw more cooperation, you know, PPE being passed over borders and countries being supported by other countries. But it was an interesting test, I think, the last year for that solidarity and for, as you say, like, where are those boundaries and what do they mean, and what's the difference between Ireland and Ireland as part of Europe. And I think Brexit and COVID-19 have been a big time for learning for us about what that means. And I think almost like self-reflection, exploration, and lots of learnings, I think, for the EU about how it communicates, things like with the vaccine strategy, and how there's been some negative press around that, and how we continue to work together. And maybe, Sylvia, as I think you alluded to, kind of reform that relationship perhaps in the future, you know. And it has to go with the times as well. What suits countries as time goes on and as the world continues to change, you know.
I only just watched the YouTube before I came, so this is my talking butterfly. My name's Olivia Barnett-Nakshina. I'm an anthropologist based in the UK. And I'm just, I didn't have a lot of thoughts when I saw the title. I've kind of switched off from most of the EU Brexit thing ever since it happened. I was actually living in New Zealand at the time. And yeah, it all just seemed so ridiculous that I just didn't even want to kind of spend energy engaging in it. But, you know, obviously it's a very kind of real aspect of the future. I think that now, looking at things from where we are in the kind of COVID pandemic and sort of my personal experience of everything, I feel like actually the kind of work that I've been doing across Europe through the internet has been kind of quite inspiring. So I work with a collective of anthropologists of mostly young scholars, but mostly scholars that get racialized as non-white in Europe. And we all come from different European nations, but every one of us has some heritage that's outside of Europe, and are dealing with the experiences and the realities of the fact that we are European and we have citizenship as European, and are, you know, in many ways often made to feel non-European or not able to exist in a way that feels safe or welcome. And it's interesting thinking about this conversation, because in our meetings, I have people from different parts of Holland, so Amsterdam and Leiden, people in Norway and Finland, Germany in Heidelberg, and a few other European countries. And we also have people based in settler colonial contexts as well, so in Great Turtle Island, Canada, and also New Zealand. And yeah, I wonder whether these conversations about solidarity in terms of our nation states is necessarily that relevant to everybody. I think to a lot of people it's actually more about how you can feel at home in the place that you may have been born in, and it is your nation state and it is your citizenship status, and still by the color of your skin or the way you look, you don't necessarily feel a belonging to that place. So Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of how I'm thinking about the UK at the moment coming out of EU, I think the people staying closer to home and really focusing on building good relationships with their own communities is a really important way forward, especially in terms of climate change as well. As we are the biggest flyers per citizen in the country, in the world, actually, the British apparently. So, yeah, I think if the British kind of just stay at home and sort themselves out, then that would probably do everyone a lot of favors. Taking my butterfly back.
I was just going to respond a little bit to you, Olivia, and I guess that is such a good point, that like the question, and it comes back to kind of what Olivia said as well, of what needs to be done on a local level, what needs to be done on a national level, what needs to be done on a more global scale. And like for us in Ireland, like unfortunately we can't do it on our own. We're too small and we're not strong enough economically to go at things alone. We couldn't possibly have competed with larger countries in the race for the vaccines and in the bidding wars, you know. So that's where, in that instance, for example, being part of the EU was hugely beneficial to us. And then, as you say, things like climate change, like personally, I would see climate change as being something that the EU can affect huge change on and should continue to do more and more on. But equally, we need to be doing that at a local level and at a national level. And I think you also started to kind of talk a bit about intersectionalism and stuff like that. And I think that's super important too. I work with an LGBT charity here part-time on the side of my work with EM Ireland. And I think a diversity of voices, a diversity of backgrounds, a diversity of colours of people's skin is so important in all of these conversations, because we all have different experiences. As a woman, as a white woman, I have a very particular experience. As an LGBT woman, I have a very particular experience. As a white LGBT woman, I have a particular experience. And I don't think we can ever forget that. And so going back to what I mentioned earlier about having these citizens, dialogues, engagements, conversations, doing polling, we have to ensure that there is diversity in that. And I think that comes back to what the Solidialogues are about as well, and diversity and solidarity. And you can't have these conversations unless you have that mix, and including trans people and like a real diversity, you know, as we have here, people from different countries, people from different age demographics. So I think continuing in any conversation to ensure that that is to the fore, it is really important, or we're not getting a proper gauge of what's going on in the world, and we then can't help people at the different levels that they're at, let's say.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, I wanted to pick up on Peter's point about histories and historiography. And I was thinking about the relationship between Ireland and England. And, you know, this is something that, a bit like our other histories, like the transatlantic slave trade, when you're educated in England, you don't get taught about the relationship between England and Ireland and what's happened and the histories. And that's something I'm still kind of educating myself about now. And I feel like, you know, in all these kinds of contemporary situations we're in with trade agreements and, you know, economies, how people are going to work together or, you know, become rivals in this new era post-COVID, it is interesting to have that kind of knowledge of going like much further back of what the relationships were between different parts of Europe. And yeah, I wonder how that would shift things. I mean, I feel, you know, kind of chuffed to think that Ireland is going to go it alone and not need to have this relationship anymore, because it's sort of like, I'm surprised that anyone in Ireland can even want to speak to someone in England based on, just the few things that I've learned, So yeah, I mean, I'm very interested in colonial histories, and I feel like there's so many things to uncover to understand contemporary dynamics. But I wonder whether the EU has been a way of kind of moving through some of those histories and past them, beyond them. I definitely agree when it comes to climate change, you just need as many people on the same page as possible. And I think this is one of the saddest things. I mean, I heard the other day that we've got a court case with the European Court of Justice, I think, because we haven't stuck to our air pollution regulations or promises or whatever in the UK. And, whether we'll be actually held up in the Court of Justice or not, I don't know. I don't even know whether the government takes these things seriously now. So yeah, histories and the present, I'm sort of interested in how these things interact and aren't relevant as well. I don't know.
My name is Rembert, and I'm a business person, mainly involved in business related to organic agriculture. In non-COVID times, I spend a lot of time in Egypt and in India in that context. Some 5 years ago, I've written a poem, and if you don't mind, I feel that it's sort of in where the discussion is going, that might fit. I do believe that it is the planetary level which matters. So I don't get so excited about Brexit or so. I see that there's a little footnote in history, and I think it will not matter on the long run from where we are going. Here comes the poem. It takes too long to tell you in which context it was written, but I'll just read it. If you knew me, you would feel that in this white male body, there is a soul who is sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what we did to the planet. Sorry for the soil we sealed and mistreated, the water we contaminated, the air we polluted, and the stars not respected. I'm sorry for what we did to people, the bombs we dropped, the drones joysticked to disaster, the oil we burnt, the Jews killed in the gas chambers and more genocides, yes, the countries we invaded, the slaves we bought and have beaten, the drugs we sold, the women we suppressed, raped, and worse, the money printed, for everything we fucked up. It is a lot. It is a lot. Is it unfair that I'm not a black woman in Africa, a pariah in India, a drugged zombie in the outskirts of a megapolis in South America, a child in a sweatshop in Bangladesh, a woman in China forced into her third abortion? Privilege have put me in debt. I feel I've not managed to make up enough. There's so much more work to do. Can I ever make up for what we did? Can we make up for what we did? Help me, help us. Where's the camera?
Oh, that's very nice of yours, Rembert. That does reach out to the heart, as I can say. And you also mentioned, or you both mentioned history and the present, I think. targeting another future. But I would like to connect to Olivia's words before. Just in January, as we as a volunteer force organized the first symposium with 4 participants, then we launched our call for establishing the 100th anniversary of decolonization, centenary for decolonization. And it's completely new, so be welcome to laugh at it, or which I do myself, but yeah, it might unite us, or many of us, and give impetus to the present debates on post-colonial issues. And I would also like to challenge you, to invite you to give some thoughts to that, and also to make it concrete, because this is, as I mentioned it now, it is a pure idea, and then it needs some concrete implementation, like finding a date, a specific date for it. We have some proposals, like a date in 2027. Then we might arrange for this centenary date, and it's coupled to an event where Mahatma Gandhi was involved in 1927, obviously. Yes, be welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you to Rembert for your poem. I thought that was really, I wasn't expecting it to go in the direction it was going. But I can see why you would feel like saying sorry. And I'm reading a book at the moment about the species of extinction, or basically hundreds of species that are going into extinction. And there are so many things to be completely disappointed in that have happened over the last 100 years, and particularly the systems that have been put into place that have done a lot of that harm. And I do agree with you that those systems have been put in place mostly by white men who have also benefited from them. But I also feel like those men also suffer as a result. I don't think that these systems have actually brought anyone that much joy. I think even when you look at the supposedly most entitled, privileged people in the world, if you look at that 1%, the billionaires that have all the super yachts and all the rest of it, I don't think they have very happy relationships with their families. I think a lot of them are very lonely. So I think that's the saddest thing, that these violent structures of inequality actually don't produce that much happiness for anyone. And I don't think that any particular individuals are responsible. I think this is about the collectively produced structures of power that we are all part of, and reproduce in different ways and buy into in different ways. I think it's very, very difficult to get ourselves out of them. So, I guess just to pass on a thought, I think emotions is a very important way of connecting with people, and people being open about their own interior experiences. And then we realize that actually everyone is suffering in some way, somewhere.
I would like to, because I feel that with the poem I maybe was going in a direction which was not so much in Sylvia's first contribution, and I would like to share a thought I've been working on, and actually it's a little bit getting into practice also, which is maybe a little bit more on the positive side of all this. There's an interesting number, and that is, I I would wonder if anybody of you would know, but how many people are born in a year on this planet? And the number is about 120 million. Nowadays, not so many die very young. So we have about the same number of, for instance, 18-year-olds. So born in one particular year not so long ago. And the slogan I would like to propose is planetary service instead of military service. So let's do planetary service because and maybe there is also a little need somewhere in some corner of the planet for a little rest contingent of military, but otherwise I do believe we need planetary service. And my proposal is as follows, that these 120 million people, when they are 18 or so, engage in 1 year of planetary service. And my rough sketch would be that you would spend 3 months in agriculture, because there the whole climate crisis sort of comes together. So preferably in organic agriculture, but you could also be a bit broader about it, and it could be somewhere in the food chain. But preferably getting your hands dirty, and also in that way, just 100 years ago, as you, Peter, are such a historian, still half of the world's population had a direct connection to agriculture. In the West, it is now less than 1%, and I believe that is not healthy. So everybody should make their hand dirty, and then the next phase should be, in my opinion, tackling the other big problem of the 21st century, to work for a couple of months somewhere in care. So for the sick, the old, the young, the handicapped, the babies, whoever needs care, and in a perfect scenario, it would be also quite close to the body, taking care of some other body. And the third phase would be to go for some project on another continent. And if you would do that, then I believe that would be a huge contribution to world peace. And then this is just the sort of the rough sketch, and then you would need some training before and after, and you would have to speak about many details. I won't consume your time now with that, but that is a proposal I have on the maybe more on the positive side. It would be an incredible workforce for a positive change, and I leave it there just as my second contribution for today.
Sorry, I forgot to use an item. Got too engrossed in the dialogue. I think that's a fabulous idea, Lambert, and I suppose we would have to think about who can travel and how is this financed and all of those practicalities, but it would certainly, I think, as you say, have a huge impact on peace, on understanding and mutual understanding. I did a Fulbright scholarship. I was lucky enough to be able to do that when I was younger, to go to the US. And that scholarship is all about mutual understanding and people from other countries coming to the US to help promote that understanding. And I think that, and for example, the Erasmus program, where students all over Europe, travel to other countries to live, I think that has a transformative effect that you can't really have, and people are struggling to have now without travel, going and living in the lives that, you know, in the countries that people live in, and experiencing life in their shoes and properly empathizing. And they say, even I was on a talk recently about Erasmus and studying abroad, and they were saying even having your first kiss with a person from another country, or a relationship, or a baby being born of two nationalities, like these things are hugely transformative, and they can't be compared to even this Zoom conversation we're having. It's a start, and it's good, and maybe we can go further and further with virtual things now because of the pandemic and what we've learned. But I think you can't change that idea of going and living in a country, and it opens your eyes and it changes your life. And I think if we could do that, it would be so much better than military service, I think. And I'm not sure who spoke about it, possibly Olivia, but it just got me thinking about the structures that we have in place in society, and how we've always lived and how they benefit very few people. And it reminded me of that awful story from the last few weeks from the UK of the young woman, my age, Sarah Everard, who was kidnapped and murdered. And it was a story that really reverberated around Ireland. So again, Olivia, your point of why would the Irish have a close link with the UK, I think, as well as the much further back colonial history, we have quite a recent personal history where so many of us have emigrated to the UK, and so many of us have family there, so many of our family have come back. So there's such a close relationship and bond there, and then we've worked so closely on trade, on all sorts of different international agreements, so that there's sort of a new relationship there, bar the quite tough historical sort of relationship. But I noticed a lot of conversation about what happened to Sarah here in Ireland, and that's another thing that makes me so angry all of the time, that women have to modify their behaviours because of the fear of what will be done to them on the streets, and that's a huge problem worldwide. Again, different levels in different countries, as you mentioned in your poem, Rambert, a woman in China having an abortion, a woman in Africa, like we all have different experiences, but that's another thing that we still need to pull apart. And we shouldn't be telling women that they can't go out at 9 o'clock. And people were giving out about her walking home at 9 o'clock, a 50-minute walk on a Sunday evening. We shouldn't be still having those conversations. And I wonder why we are. So yeah, that's lots of thoughts I had on lots of what you said. Thanks so much, folks.
Just sort of picking up on that, sort of going to other countries. Some of our interest in going to Germany is my wife's mother was born in Germany, in the town of Zeitz, in former East Germany, and about 17 years ago I encouraged her to go in search of her roots, and we went there and stayed for 2 or 3 days, and then we found the apartment where her mother was brought up and so on, and then my wife speaks, she says, childhood German. She's really good at things like, you know, get your feet off the sofa, that sort of thing, but not so good on more abstract conversations in German, but she's pretty fluent. And then we stayed on a farm not far away from Dresden. And we've been there in fact, this last summer is the first time we haven't been for about 16 years. And we've grown to love it. Liz, my wife's a clinical psychologist. She has colleagues who work in Berlin, and we've been to stay with them quite a bit too. So we've been there quite a lot, and we'd like to kind of increase that involvement. And I think that's got to be one of the things that, you know, in a way, trying to bracket aside the problems of travel at the moment and air travel and all the rest of it. I mean, I just can't wait for EasyJet to start up again, but I can understand the reason why not. But if people don't travel, then those links are almost certainly not going to be made. And so we do need to think a little bit about how things might get worse before they get better. And you know, if you can make a difference by being somewhere, then if you have to fly there, well, so what? Thanks.
Yes. Just some personal remark on your visits to Germany. I've been living in Leipzig for a few years as a Dutchman, and became familiar with Zeitz. Just one impression for the others: if you arrive in Zeitz, it may look like a ghost town. Do you agree on that? Yeah, that's because many young people float into into larger cities, and there is a drop down in population in communities like this. But you should see it as a feature on itself. And okay, but if things needs to come from the heart, I have to confess there is a stone on it with me now, and that's because Rembert's words on being or wishing that Brexit would be a footnote in history, I don't agree. I would like it is like this, perhaps I don't remember quite well from your words if it was like wishful thinking, or you really think it's a footnote. I really don't agree. It's much more, and that's why I'm talking. I would also like to free my heart from this tone. That's also what we are working for in this Alpha 100 Commission. And but also referring to the basically 100-year-old history, it was not at all a footnote that that British leaders went away from the rest of Europe and kept it like that for 14 years, and then in the 15th year somebody completely else changed that. But none of all these democracies and democrats over these 14 years were able to change that thing of 1919. That is the contract or the treaty for Germany, actually. And but many Britons and many other Europeans would have thought at that time it's not like such important like that, and it might even be a footnote, but it wasn't at all. I think you need to get into this and need to be prepared and to be willing to see the real sincerity of it. Okay.
I am all with you, Peter, and I stand corrected. It is just that was a bit provocative statement, and of course I don't see it as a footnote at all if you look short term. But I was trying to come into sort of multi-100-year perspective. I believe we always should try to, in business, where we have this big disease that business is evaluated after 3 months. There's the quarterly reports. That is very, very wrong. It should be at least a generation. So we need practices that the impact of businesses and of other things are at least looked upon in one generation. But my footnote comment regarding Brexit, that was really sort of the very, very long-term perspective, and of course my hope. So I was trying to look a little bit into. I admire you that you look at this 100-year perspective backwards. I always believe the whole science of history should be 50-50 history and then 50-50 future. So how can we get the balance that we sort of also design and act what we do from a perspective of 1 to 200 years in front of us. So I hope that to have clarified a little bit that, of course, I take this whole story serious. But I'm old enough to also see how much things have changed in the course of the last 50 years. I can sort of see that out of own experience. And then it is a lot. And then very, very few people would have seen where we went and where we have been in this period of time. If you look at sort of shifts of power and shifts of what is important and countries and etc., etc. Yeah, sorry for speaking long.
I just want to quickly pick up. We have round about 10 minutes left, so maybe think a little bit back. What did we talk about until now? Is there anything that you feel is important you want to add into the dialogue before we end?
Yeah, I was thinking on some thoughts that came up during what everyone was saying, I think, actually, in some way, on both the benefits of travel and being in other places and learning through that, connecting, but then also this sort of planetary situation we're in. And I just kind of enjoyed the contradiction that we're acknowledging, because this is something I'm constantly struggling with as an anthropologist, especially as I've been very lucky. I traveled actually as a scheme very similar to what an element of Rembert's scheme, the ISEC. I don't know if you've heard of that. AIESEC, I think. But, you know, it was a similar kind of, I guess, era, Second World War, 1950, people wanting to create sort of global understanding and connections. And so it's set up by students so everybody can travel and do internships in other countries. And I went to Togo, West Africa, and as a result of that, visited the castles on the West African coastline and saw the remnants of the transatlantic slave trade for myself. So there's all these things that do happen through those experiences that are very kind of, you know, life-changing. But I don't know how we can continue to keep flying. This is the problem. I currently run a research project in the Caribbean, and because of COVID, I'm not in the Caribbean. And I know that by not being able to be there, the research I do won't be as good. My understanding won't be as good. But also, I was also feeling responsible by even flying over there to do the research. All these contradictions are just too difficult to work through. And I feel the same about having children. You know, how are we supposed to know what's the right thing to do? I think to some extent we're going to be gone in a blip, so we might as well just enjoy it. But then I also don't know if that's the right answer. So anyway, yes, it's been lovely to meet you all and chat with you.
Yeah, I agree with Olivia. Sometimes you wonder, should we just enjoy ourselves? But I suppose we have to appreciate that even if the effects of climate change are long-term for some of us and may not affect some of us in, you know, for a few hundred more years, that for a lot of people, as we know, in the Antarctic and places like that, it's having an impact every single day, and communities across the world. You don't have to go as far as a documentary to see how it's impacting some communities. So I suppose while we're here, we do have to work together, and it's all, for me, it's all about solidarity and understanding and listening to each other, and being sure that we listen in conversations like this, and in, you know, when people speak and when people share their opinions, that we're listening and that we're doing something with those opinions. And that's something we've had with our citizens' dialogues and things like that in Ireland. People aren't happy if you listen to them and write down their opinions. You have to show what you're doing with those, and where you're sharing them, and how they're having an impact on policy, on government. And yeah, I think one other final point is, I think the last year has been a huge time of reflection, of learning. It's been difficult, it's been challenging in all different ways for different people, but I think I would hope that humanity will come out stronger, and that we'll look back and remember this time as a time where we learned how those further down the food chain were disproportionately impacted, and remembering how important frontline workers are and healthcare is and things like that. And as Wembart talked about, that we should all have some experience of care, because that's a huge and important factor in society. So yeah, great to discuss with you all today. Thanks for having me.
You're on mute again.
Keep forgetting. Sorry about that. There's so many really positive things about Europe. I think you just think about it. 500 million well-educated people. We may not be great fans of military action, but NATO. If Estonia gets invaded, we are in. We are in to try and save them. That's so important. I was rather hoping there'd been an Estonian on today to be able to say that. It's going to be important. Terrorism and civil unrest are actually quite rare, and usually, often, they're handled reasonably well. Not always, of course, but reasonably well. There's so much to be positive about. With 500 million of us, you think we could do something good, wouldn't you, over the next 10 or 20 years? It's been really interesting hearing what people have to say about it. And yeah, makes me feel optimistic, actually, about the future. Thanks very much.
So just we have like 1 more minute if you want to put something quick in there before we close. Okay, well, thank you a lot for this conversation, for diving into all these different things. One thing that stays for me is solidarity doesn't stop at borders, that I take home with, and yeah, take these seeds elsewhere, and I will play a sound to end our dialogue. I cannot hear you somehow, Brahma.
Breno, you are for us on mute, although there is no mute sign, but we cannot see.
It's probably trying again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. I was just saying that it was really beautiful to listen to your conversation, and just wanted to thank Sylvia for holding space and for you all for co-creating this dialogue together. You'll get an email with the context of each other, so you can have those as well. And here in the chat, I'm just posting now the link to a survey. We would love to hear how this experience was for you, and if you have any feedback there, very valuable for us to bring to a next edition. So with that, I close the dialogue. Thank you very much, and hopefully see you soon.
Thanks, folks. Thank you, Jane.
Take care, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hey. Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Great. So we have a few minutes here to test a little bit the sound, if it's good for everybody. And we have one person that also has confirmed but didn't show up yet. What I will do is, if this person arrives in the first few minutes, I still put him in. But if not, it will be between the 5 of you. Okay? So guidelines are clear for you. It's very simple. We're wanting to explore here a dialogue. And with that, we have a seed topic for the session that is, wait, I need to find it exactly. Political change, media, and society. So this is the seed topic for this session. But that said, the dialogue can go wherever you take it. Yeah. So it can, it will be co-created by you as participants, and it can go wherever you feel like it needs to go. The facilitator of the session will be Carolina, and in a little bit I will give her a talking piece. Let's see, I have a few talking pieces here. I am going to get this one now. It's like a feather. So you see, it's quite sunny now in Antwerp at the moment. And it's a feather. I just found it here. And I'm going to place it in the middle in a little bit. And Carolina can transform it in anything she likes on her side. And when it's in the middle, you can grab it. And then with that, you transform it into something on your side. And it can give you the power to speak, so to say. And the others listen. The main thing here is for us to listen to one another. Yeah. Who is really like speaking, for us to have this practice of listening. On the technical side, I'll ask you to mute yourself when you're not speaking, so that there is no background noise. And when you're ready to speak and grab the talking piece, you go to the center with your hand and grab it, and then you unmute yourself. That's basically it from my side. Here we have Danielle has arrived. Welcome, Danielle.
Hi, thank you.
Hey.
Thank you very much. Hi to all of you.
Hi.
Welcome to the session. So I was just saying, Carolina is going to be the facilitator of the session. The guidelines are really simple. You probably saw the little video, and the dialogue can go wherever this group leads it to. Yeah, there's a seed topic. Carolina is going to do a short introduction on it, and then it's up to you to co-create it. With that, I put the about 10 minutes towards the end. Pay attention to the little chat here, the private chat. I will remind you of the time, and then you can slowly invite for a closure. And then I'm going to ask Carolina to initiate the dialogue with a sound. When she's finished with when the dialogue has come to a close, to also do a sound, can be any sound. And then after the sound, I will enter the room again and say goodbye to you. Okay? Perfect. So with that, I place the feather in the center, in the middle of all of you, and wish you a lovely dialogue. See you in 60 minutes.
Hi everyone. Yep, sorry. My internet went down like for 2 seconds, and I think I missed the exactly point when he said go ahead for me. So I hope everyone is feeling okay. Nice to meet you, everyone. I hope we can meet someday in person. And yeah, so about the talking piece, because we've been living in this virtual and digital reality for so long, I wanted to ask you to find whatever piece you have close to you that is the most tangible and the most or the least transformed by humans, or the least electronic. So you can think of a fruit, of a vegetable, a feather, as Breno had before. But if you can't find it, it's fine. So what I found was this massive ginger. But you can find anything yeah, we have an apple, a pen, yeah, a pencil, yeah. An Eiffel Tower. I don't know how to say that, but it's beautiful and it's handmade, probably.
Sort of a leaf fan kind of thing.
Leaf, exactly. Perfect. And you, Daniel? What do you have? You're muted, sorry. Okay, an orange.
Yeah, it is actually a little orange, which came today from Mallorca, Spain, to Denmark.
Ah, good.
Yes.
Great. So yes, I'm kicking off with a video. I'm gonna share my screen, and it's a bit well, I try to be provocative enough. Let's see. Yeah, but I ask for your attention as it's 5 minutes long, almost 6. And can you just tell me if one of you, if you can unmute and say if you're listening to it?
See it, but I can't hear anything.
Just check. You cannot hear anything. Okay, let me check that. Sharing screen. Okay, sharing audio now. Okay, Chrome tab. Okay, now it should work.
Should be done in moderation and should not be performed if tired or to the point of fatigue or pain. Do not overexert yourself. Level beginners, intensity medium, accessibility full.
Working out my little muscles. Hashtag Wommelum. Listen carefully.
Why it's not?
Carefully. I'm working out my little muscles. It's very important to do so. You know.
Carolina, just in between, can you hear me? Carolina, I found a video here, and if you close your window, I can stream it from my side. Maybe it's gonna go better because I think it's stopping the video, right? So just close your window.
Go for it, sorry. Yeah.
Wait, I just need to...
Sorry.
Okay. Share. Okay, 1 second.
Sorry for this. I guess my connection is not the best today.
Can you see it?
Yes, yes, perfect. Thank you, Breno.
Perfect. So hopefully it goes. I'm gonna press play, okay?
Yes. We cannot hear it. I'm not sure if you share the audio also. Yeah, I think I can start with the introduction maybe while we try to share it. So my idea with the video, so the C topic here is political change, media and society. And I was thinking that never, like in the world or in our times of humanity, we've faced such an entangledness of these three concepts. So actually today, politics affects so much media and society impacts so much politics and media the others. So in this so entangled world, and at such a fast pace that everything evolves, I was thinking that we cannot stop following the pace at which things are evolving, and we cannot stay aside of political change in society and what media says. So my hope here is that people keep actively participating, people keep actively sharing their voices and keep triggering change in the way they think it should be, and it should be the right thing. So this video will hopefully trigger a bit of this side of us that at the same time wants to disconnect from the world, because so many bad things are happening that sometimes we just want to relax and think of our own privileged well-being. So Breno, can you have you found a way to share it with the audio?
Yeah, sorry for the tech hiccup. I'm not finding the audio button, so
it's when you're sharing, there's a very small checkbox in the left down corner saying share audio to.
So in the share screen, when you go for share screen,
you need to choose if you want to share the tab or the whole screen, and there's a small tick box saying share audio of the computer too. Great.
Okay, I think I got it. Let's hope this goes. I'm going to press play again. Just say something if you can hear.
Okay.
Even with such proof, warning.
Yes, now we can.
Perfect. Enjoy.
Depending upon your physical or mental condition, may be hazardous to your health. You are therefore warned not to attempt any of these exercises without consulting your doctor. Even with such approval, each exercise should be done in moderation and should not be performed if tired or to the point of fatigue or pain. Do not overexert yourself. Level beginners, intensity medium, accessibility full.
Working out my little muscles. Hashtag Wommalum. Listen carefully. I'm working out my little muscles. It's very important to do so. Now you can also work out your little muscles. Follow me. I'm working out my little muscles, muscle by muscle. In detail, precision is necessary. Now, Do it with me. Now, do it with me. Choose a muscle on your face. Isolate it. Now, start working it out. You don't need your brain to start working out your little muscles. You just need to focus on yourself. Close your eyes, focus on yourself, and forget about everything. Hey, it's really important. I mean, in order to start working out your little muscles, you have to forget. Forget about children dying of starvation in Africa. Forget about children being killed in Syria, Palestine, Kurdistan. Forget about police brutality and totalitarian regimes all over the globe. Forget about the refugees leaving their homes, their families, their lives, paying enormous amounts of money to be denied by you and your racist ideas. Now, slowly work out your little muscles. Work them out. Work them out. That is good. Yes. Very good. To the point. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. And 5, 6, 7, 8. Forget about the government stealing your money and putting it in their banks. Forget about the Panama Papers and the corruption. Forget about all the women killed, all the trans individuals killed, all the gays and the queers that have been bullied. Forget about all that. It is not necessary. Yes. You're wonderful. I love it. We're really, really close to start enjoying it. Now, listen to me. Forget about the huge island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean made out of your trash. Forget about all the plastic bags and the straws and all the plastic litter that will not allow you to swim in the sea in a few years' time. Forget about scientists saying that the planet will be destroyed by 2050. This is how I'm working out my little muscles. It's so important to do so. I concentrate on myself. Duh, that's the most important. And this is how we work it out. Back. Forget about the deforestation of the Amazon. And forget about all the cute animals you've killed so far to feed yourself with toxic amino acids and fake protein. You little murderer. Yes, forget about it all. See how I'm working out my little muscles? I forget about everything. I deny everything. I block out everything. I concentrate on myself, my most important project, working out my little muscles. This is how I escape it all. This is how I live happy and positive. This is how my face looks so peaceful and young. And it is super mega extra important to look young. So now, work out your little muscles. Work them out. Yes. Keep out all the negative emotions that mass shootings bring to your everyday positive vibes. Now, choose another muscle and repeat. Do it all the time. Do it alone. Do it alone. You are the project you offer to the world. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. Yes, repeat after me. Now, you gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive and strong. You gotta be focused and fit and positive. Oh, enough with this. Enough.
Thank you, Breno. I guess you can stop sharing it now. Perfect. Okay, so with the introduction I've done before, I guess we can already start imagining, thinking, dialoguing about this. I just wanted to say or remind you of the 3 principles of these dialogues. So the first one is please be brief and precise. The second one is speak from the heart. And the third and last one is listen as you'd like others to listen to you. So now I'm doing a sound, and I chose a whistle. So I'll do this sound, and when we finish this dialogue, I'll do that sound again. So it will go like, and I'm gonna put my talking piece in the center for whoever wants to grab it. I'm not sure if it works like this. Should I go like more near to the camera? Okay, so and it's a chopstick actually, because it was wrongly thought by you that it was a pen, but it is a chopstick. First of all, thank you for the video. I'm like really into this kind of ironic that, I mean, tends a bit to be trashy as well, the aesthetics, but this is so very interesting because it's pop. So it goes to the people somehow. I don't know, while I was listening at it, I was thinking maybe the message can also be mistaken, unfortunately, from some people as well, because it's so entering. But actually, it's not so well known as. I mean, it's still kind of underground. So the people who listen to it know how ironic it is and how much it's so. I mean, it's so very well done and very nice, the video. I really liked it. And especially so with these face expressions of the people and this kind of somehow subtle, yeah, I mean, it's subtle. This is why I was thinking maybe somebody will take it like literally and just like forget about everything. I was just like, I don't know, thinking funnily that probably so this can happen. And unfortunately, I think that's so a problem in general that we have with the media, that very often so the messages that we get from the media are we get misinformation, and also maybe sometimes so there is this kind of somehow lost in translation. I have to think about this game that the kids do with this telephone without wire, at least in Italy and in Albania we do it a lot. And I see media a bit like that, like this kind of information, or even like I know some friends, or even when I was doing an interview as an artist about my work, I saw how it was not something so problematic, the information, when it's like maybe mistaken in a certain area or in a certain, but I mean, even political messages or like strong messages, sometimes they get modified by the media, even when somebody gives an interview, when they see the outcome of the paper, already the message is different, because so the media somehow makes the whole possible to tell what it fits better or make more news somehow. So yeah.
So maybe then I go. Thank you, Lori. That was, I think I agree very much with what you said about the subtlety in this thing, and that it could lead people to just indeed focus on what is the sort of outward message. So nice music, and you're supposed to work out. And I think it really plays to what we all, I think, hear and see and perceive, this trend for self-optimization, and everyone is supposed to be the best version of themselves and have to sort of follow all kinds of weird concepts on how to be how to improve and look in a certain way and act in a certain way. So I think it's an interesting, it's really a thought-provoking video, and I would agree that the media also, from what I observe, is really putting a certain message out there, and they don't, I mean, they are officially supposed to be objective, but they are not. I mean, how can you be? There's always subjectivity. It's kind of difficult to be objective. But you also see a lot how the story is already in the sort of in the head of the journalist, and then they are just looking for the right pictures and for the right sort of comments. as opposed to what we try to do here, I guess, to just be open and let the story develop. And even if it goes in a different direction than what you originally thought is, you know, the situation or the problem. And I think this is something we really need to sort of be aware of, that we understand how media can sort of twist the message and don't fall for it. So yeah, we really have to find a way of finding quality, good information, as opposed to any information that's not been checked or where there's no fact behind. And I think this is really a difficult thing in today's time, because there's so much information around, and to really figure out which one is correct, which one is twisted, it's difficult. And I think it's getting more difficult for younger generations as well. So that's my bit for the moment.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how do we do it with the order, the talking order? Can we just drop in, or do we have to do a sign like? Or can
Supposedly, you need to. So when someone is speaking, they deliver the talking piece, and then you can take it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just late. I didn't hear that. Okay.
No worries.
Okay, I guess it's my turn now. All right, yeah, I just would like to continue where Sandra was stopping, because it's really very interesting. As a school teacher, I see daily and weekly how young people react to media, and independent from newspapers or social media or other kinds of media. And I'm stating the question: how can we care about the young people, the people who are between 10, 11 and 18, 19 years old, to treat all this kind of media properly, so that they do not believe the first thing they see or read. So this is actually just a kind of a question I'm throwing here in the center, because I'm pretty aware of that this is something which is so important for our future, that they learn from the beginning how to treat media, how to treat information. And yeah, this was my first little input.
Was it okay?
Sorry, you were also. No, please, you go first. I'm good. You go first, please.
Okay. I just wanted to go, if you let me, I just wanted to go just a little step back before talking about like understanding if everything we see online or just in everywhere, if that's true or not true. I think that that's also another aspect, and this video made me think about another aspect of media and of all the news we see every day. I think that it's also quite easy to see that currently all these bad things, they definitely prevail over good things. And we are constantly focusing on something bad, like starvation, poverty, animals, people being killed, women being abused, and different kinds of minorities being bullied, and so on. And yeah, so this is true. I do agree completely that people might be taken also away by this music, by all these exercises. But this is also, it also makes me think about something different. It's that so he was saying, forget about poverty, forget about everything. And like, I had this constant idea in my head, how can I? Because I know many people, so many people, and I'm probably one of them, and for these people, that's quite difficult to focus on good things. And sometimes when something good is happening, we are constantly thinking, how can I be happy? How am I allowed to be happy right now when there are people being killed or animals being killed and people being bullied? And it's like something that leads us to understanding. And I'm working exactly with teenagers, and I understand now that there are lots of them, like people from 12 and 13 to 18, 19, and they think that well-being and just the whole concept of happiness is only possible when we do digital detox, and when we are not constantly online, and only without media, without news, without constantly following everything that's happening around us. Only then can we be happy. So I think that's also just another thing that might appear in our head when we see this video. Yeah, right.
Thank you. That is really interesting. That is actually also what I wanted to pick up on. And I don't know, how do you feel about mindfulness? Because, you know, in the end, what this video was conveying, you know, like just be mindful, just concentrate on yourself. And I guess in this year of the pandemic, like so many of my friends, you know, just told me, I just stopped watching the news. You know, I was just asking them, so, you know, how is it over in Poland? And they were like, oh, I don't know the numbers. I just stopped watching the news because it's been so depressing, you know. Instead, I just started to concentrate on myself, and, you know, I'm meditating, and you know, like on one hand, I think it's a good thing to you know, have this connection to oneself, to just kind of explore oneself and to be in peace with one's thoughts and so on. But on the other hand, I don't know, I just even the fact that for the past year I feel like I've been staring at myself for 6 hours on the screen, because, you know, like even like right now, I think there have been like some research, it's not possible not to look at yourself while you're in a video conference, right? So like in my job, I just spend so many hours looking at myself on my screen, and just, you know, it feels like everything is just more and more about oneself nowadays. And I guess it's really depressing, if Victoria, if you are saying that to young people nowadays, there is no in between. It's either you're happy because you concentrate on yourself and you just forget all the world, or, you know, you watch the news, you read, and then it just makes you a miserable person. So I just wish we could explore something in between.
Another message I also saw through the video is that with all these bad things or negative things are happening, which are happening in the world, that we should remember that it is okay to see the good things, the positive things, and be happy with them, and for some minutes maybe also forget the other things. And I believe also that it's important to enjoy some good times and do some good things, to have the power and the energy to face the negative things when you want to work with humanitarian projects, or, for example, helping people, whether in your own country or in another country. Because I'm German living in Denmark, and the Danish people are really positive, looking on many positive things. But sometimes I need to mention that we also have to look little bit around us, what's happening in the world. And this is not the only country where this is happening, we know that. And my point was, it's okay. I saw the message, it's okay, take a concentration on yourself, be happy, allow yourself to do that. It's all right to do that, but take the power from there maybe, before you go too deep into negative things, because there are, of course, many people, I think, who really face too much the negative things and forget maybe to take the break to for the own brain or for the body, and this could be not very healthy in the end, and it shouldn't be that way. Thank you. I give that one on.
Here we go. Yeah, no, I think what Victoria also mentioned is about feeling guilty when you do, do something that maybe is nice, and you think about how, I don't know, the environment is doing, how people live in poverty, etc. But I think by just feeling guilty, that really doesn't help anyone. And I think that also links with what Daniel just said about you need to do something. I mean, you really need to get involved again. And I think this is what's really happening. And what you, Gasha, you also just mentioned, people just like withdraw into themselves as opposed to find possibilities to really contribute to a community, to participate, to share things, not necessarily only online, but also in real life, and to sort of actually become part of their community again. And I think this is maybe something that's happening because of the way modern life is, that every one of us is living in a different place from where they grow up. You enter different communities and you don't necessarily feel always that at home there. It's not like, the family ties you might have had elsewhere. But I think it's even more important then to try and find ways to engage with the community, to do something, to do, as you say, youth projects, try to reach out to people, try to find a connection again, like a true connection, where you can really sort of feel, I have an impact. I can make a difference. I can change things, even if it's small things. But, if I help one person, I mean, that's great. And then I think maybe also one doesn't need to feel in any way guilty because we might be more privileged than others about the way and the situation we have and the way we live. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we don't get much about, from this guiltiness feeling. And actually, at least I also tended in the beginning to see the video like black and white, like he was talking all black about something that has to be, like he was talking bad about something that was had to be in the center of the attention. But actually, the opposite of forget is remember. So I don't think that we necessarily have to feel bad, or we necessarily should not concentrate also on ourselves. I think that mindfulness, for instance, is like can be also a great thing, because how can you help the world, or how can you give voice to the people who don't have one if you don't first of all have work and start to feel good with yourself? So I don't think like I think that we should be empathic. I don't know, for me empathy is like a key word, because as a human being you only have one life, and you somehow experience certain things in your skin, and the others you just see in the outer world. But that should not stop you from feeling empathy, and like, I don't know, like sometimes really put yourself in the position of what if I was not I, somehow, if I would be somebody else, and not take for granted a lot of things. I don't know, I was born in Albania, and then I went to live and study in Italy, and I still live here. And for example, even with my passport, I saw how limited my passport is. But I see that a lot of people who have a good passport take for granted having a good passport. It's good. I don't say that they should renounce their passport, but they should see that that's a privileged thing, and maybe there are also other realities. So I think that it's interesting to see that, yeah, I'm doing good in this moment, but contemporary in the same time with me, there are other things happening in the world. So like getting out of the bubble, like, so say it. And I think that, this dialogue here is also a getting out of the bubble. So I think it's a great, so symbolically, yes, as everything else, very, very good step.
Yeah, I also when I first saw this video, I felt attacked also, because, or not also, but as you said, Goethe, that you are practicing mindfulness. And I mean, during this lockdown, I think what we need to do is actually like reconnect with ourselves. At least we have the time for that. So I guess it all comes, as you said, Lordy, that you cannot connect with others without connecting to yourself. And I think we need to rethink of our idea of the good man as, so way before in the Greek times, in ancient Greek times, there was this like sane mind, sane body. And maybe we need to have sane mind, sane body, sane community. And this is like the part where the social part of a human comes into your role in this society, because you cannot be the perfect human if you don't contribute, if you're not aware in what your impact is in others, and the other way around. And I think it all comes to an equilibrium also, because I was thinking when I first, like, now I'm not vegan anymore, like strictly vegan, but when I first, when I was a teenager, I changed to the vegan diet, and everyone was like, yeah, but we don't need to be all so strict and being all vegan to save the world, because it's just a matter of equilibrium. And my answer was always, yeah, but I know that many other people will never make an effort to reduce meat at least like once a week. So I need to cover their irresponsibility. So I don't actually think, so again, I think making impact and creating the change in the world needs to be something present in each of us in a moderate amount. I mean, and I think when you're talking about teaching children and teenagers and raising, I don't know, a child, it's like you need to think of the happiness needs to be first, because once one gets unhappy and sad and unsatisfied with the whole world and life, that person will never have the power to create change and to motivate others. So yeah, I guess it's more like, how can we have this controversial line of thought, which is like, you need to be good and do good and feel good. So yeah, but it's a super interesting conversation. And I actually think, Daniel and Victoria, you probably every day, you're like, wow, what's happening? It's so fast. Oh my God. So yeah, if you can share some of it also, I would love to hear.
Yeah, just a short note, I guess. I just wanted to say that I completely agree. And I think that I would not say that that's impossible, but that's definitely completely, so it's very difficult to change the whole world. But we can all change this little world around us. And of course, when we think about changing the whole world, we think about the happiness of the whole mankind. And that might be not alien, but not that close to us. And when we're thinking about changing the world around us, that's always about our happiness, because the world around us, we want to see and to have it exactly so that we would be happy in this world. And so anyway, it all goes back to being happy. And when this little world is good, then we are ready to change the world around us, to make this impact. I had lots of conversations like you have just mentioned, so that other people would not even try. So I have to try harder because it matters to me, and I have to try harder so that I compensate, I would say, a little bit for some other people as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to say something in extension of Carolina, because it was pretty interesting. And when you said, you know, if everybody would do a moderate, in a moderate way, would try to do change in a moderate way, it would be nice. But this is exactly always also the problem for me. I find myself in a position where I see people around me who are really do not care, you know, they do not care, and they just say, okay, I'm living here in 20 years, I'm not even more, so fuck it, you know. I'm sorry for the word, but and there I find myself in a situation where I'm not sure how much should I dedicate to do good things or things we think are good, you know. And I'm also really struggling with the thought, how can I share my thoughts in my community without doing it too radical? Because I think if I present myself in my community too radical in a certain way, maybe people will maybe say, okay, no, this, you know, he's way out left wing, and I don't want to join that one. And how can we maybe promote our thoughts and ideas in a way that other people say, okay, that makes sense, you know, a little bit, why not? I could imagine to try out what he's trying, you know, I hope you understand what I mean. So it's the situation is not easy, I think, because I think we all want to share our ideas about doing a change, but in which way should we do it? In which way can we reach others that they maybe like to listen or are open for change? Because if you're out there and promote your thoughts in different places, there's a lot of different reactions, and I think that's sometimes pretty much different. And the other point I wanted to mention is also exactly how much can you do, or how much should you do? I think the problem is, you know, when I listen, for example, my neighbors have been to Rhodes the last 14 weeks. They're doing some all-inclusive holidays, and 16 kilometers from there, the people have nothing to eat on Lesbos and stuff like that. I'm just sitting here and just banging my head. But here we are again, back in discussion. How much good can we do for ourselves? You know, because going on vacation is nice, I think, but I would never go to Rhodes because I know what 16 kilometers from there is happening. But on the other hand, it's not good for Greece if I not go to Rhodes, because the people on Rhodes I live because of the money I leave in Rhodes. You know, it's just a big mess, you know, and you have to do decisions. And which decisions should we take? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe also something that I think, Victoria, you touched upon it in the beginning about people only following sort of the bad news, and this is what sort of attracts people and so on. I think this is also something that is really difficult to deal with, to show positive things, to actually get people to follow some kind of positive development, as opposed to everybody is just like sort of getting angry and aggressive about stuff they see in the news. And then there's, you know, it's also this cycle. There's some event, whether it's you know, important or not, and then everybody is just like talking about it and gets all worked up about it, and they don't do anything, and then the next thing comes up and the whole cycle repeats again. So to really find something where you give people the possibility to actually do something, to, you know, find a way of giving them the tools to deal with the situation, as opposed to just like, you know, get worked up and sort of complain about it and shout about it, to actually like really find a way of dealing with things. And I don't mean to just like stop consuming certain things. Like, I think we have turned a lot into consumers only. We are no longer really citizens. Like, you know, we seem to have the only right that we seem to actually exercise is the one to buy or not buy stuff, consume or not consume stuff. But we don't really seem to be doing anything that is more than that, that is, you know, contributing to a society, to a project, really. I mean, I don't mean us. I think we all seem to be more in the, you know, try and do things, etc. But the majority, to me, the only signal that we would get is, stop buying those cheap T-shirts. Stop buying this. Buy something else. Is that really the only thing we can do? Like, buy or not buy? There must be something else. And this is what sort of, you know, gets me worked up a bit, to try and find What are the possibilities that I have as a citizen, as opposed to just a consumer, to try and make changes?
I don't know, now that Sandra was talking, I was thinking about this artwork. I don't think that you're going to see it from the screen, but probably yes. So it's I Shop, Therefore I Am. So it's a work from the American artist Barbara Kruger. Yeah, that's a very, I don't know, it's a very good point. And so I was, it's like a very big discussion. And so between people, like it's so good somehow that we have these discussions in our everyday life. So with our friends or people that we know for a short time, and then we start to do these ethical conversations. And I think it's very difficult to be totally ethical, because we're living in a society of this kind of double morals. And even if I think of very often of some friends of mine, I'm not vegan, but I have some friends of mine who are vegan, and sometimes when you see the packaging of vegan food, it's really not ethical. So like you have a lot of different materials, so you are like kind of obligated to throw it in something not differentiated, because you have plastic and cartoon together. Sometimes this kind of fancy packaging. So even the like a moral, ethical choice sometimes comes together in the whole package. Is not until the end moral. So there is always somewhere failing to be ethical. So it's pretty difficult. And so it's very interesting how Sandra put it in, like it's only to buy or not to buy. So I mean, there are a lot of issues, but then since we are consumers, this somehow comes always in the surface. And I was so connected with Daniel shortly for the fact that he said something very interesting about you want to give a good message or a good example to somebody, but how you give it. It's so very important, and especially for Daniel and Victoria, who work also in instruction and teaching. I don't know. I think it's very delicate how you teach, because especially with teenagers, I've all been teenagers. Like you always have this thing of somehow doing the opposite of somebody, like kind of breaking the rules, and even thinking, you just like want to do the opposite somehow, like you feel anti-conformist by doing, I don't know, even somehow the opposite of what you're told or what you're taught. So it's a very delicate issue as well.
Yeah, I guess the message is one thing, but maybe we should also talk about platforms. Well, one of the things that I work in libraries and social media, and for an organization that kind of tries to bring some good messages across. And the thing that we struggle with most is the outreach, and it also goes to the fact that social media platforms actually like hate and everything that is negative, or everything that raises a lot of emotion, and this is mostly the negative stuff that does that. This is the thing that is being shown as first in your feed. And so even with our messaging, even with us trying to foster that kind of debate that like the one we are having right now, we mostly just are not able to reach out to people, because we are using the platforms that are being programmed in a way so that this kind of a positive message just gets pushed down. And I just keep on asking myself, what should we do? Do we stay on Facebook, on Instagram? Where else do we go? How else do we reach out to people? Are there any better strategies? That's something I'm struggling with in my everyday work.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about and to mention, because just like as Sandra mentioned it as well, yeah, that's true that we consume information without actually doing anything about it. But it's good that there are currently lots of social initiatives that try to do something, that try to deal with bad things, that try to help other people, that try to help animals and so on. But the point is that that's completely difficult, not just to understand how to reach other people via social networks, for example, but also to define these borders so that if you are completely like gray, and if you do not show any emotions, people won't follow you. And if you really talk about what happens, if you show everything, if you're honest, and if you try to involve emotions, people are going to think, so are they manipulating me? So they're doing this not because it's so bad, it's just so that I would donate, so that I would help them in any way. So I think that that's the most difficult thing. And you have to find this exact, I don't know, golden middle so that you understand how you reach out to these people without actually manipulating their emotions, without actually making them feel guilty again, or making them feel sad because they are not able to help, for example. So I think that that's actually a very, a good point. And currently I do not have this answer. And I think that it's difficult for every single person, because I know people who would donate because it's very sad. And I know people who would only donate when it's so that's completely like a report or something like that. So when people do not appeal and do not count on your emotions. So that's very difficult. I agree.
Yeah, and I think in terms of school, it's also the challenge that we have. I know that it's different from country to country. I just know the examples from Germany, where I'm from, and from Denmark, where I live, that there are different teaching laws, especially in social science and politics. What are you allowed to do, and what are you not allowed to do? And even if you are deeply right wing or left wing, for example, of course you have to teach in a way that you're being neutral. And this is also it's a big challenge to keep that up, especially in the times where certain movements are happening, and of course we are able, or it's okay to see the opinions, but it has to be okay to have different opinions as a pupil, and to get informations. And it's like you said, it's difficult to have this position, and it's the same way in society out of schools, I think. And regarding the channels, one of you said which channels should we choose. I think it was, sorry, I don't know the name, it's Gosia. I'm sorry, the baby's crying. Regarding the channels, I think it's a good question which channels to use, because why should I seek around on Facebook in my own community, where I maybe know I can reach out maximum to 25%, and maybe reach or get maybe 10% moving and do something? And should you maybe seek on other channels to get a new society, or get some new get in touch with other people, to try to connect with them, and to move them in their thoughts, maybe? I think it's a really relevant question, because everybody's talking about LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and some other stuff, but I think it's not about using only the society you have, because the most people on your Facebook list, them, and their political opinions, and you can calculate from the beginning, okay, there's maybe a 5% chance to move this friend in a little way, so really good question. I would be interesting to hear your thoughts about how to go further, or where to go, which way to go, where to find people, which target group could that be? So I think pretty relevant questions if you're talking about media and reaching out and sharing thoughts, and in a good way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's super interesting and challenging topic. I think I would say, like, there are many experiments of people who, so I saw a tech talk of a guy who randomized his life. So basically he was a software developer, and instead of he going to a Facebook event that his friends were interested in, he basically created an algorithm for himself that was completely random. So he would go to places that had nothing to do with his interests, meet people, like even on Tinder, he used the randomized algorithm to meet people who had nothing to do with him. And I think it's very interesting to do this exercise of how can we get out of our bubble in a world where the bubble is just narrowing and narrowing each day more. And I think the answer could be, and for some experiences or for some initiatives I'm now working on, I think it needs to come back to the physical space. I think it needs to come back to meeting people in person and reaching people in places where you normally don't go, or at least attracting all kinds of people through different channels that are not only digitally based, but because in the digital world, it's all about conversion rates and KPIs, and it's very technical. It's very interesting because there's this whole plurality of society in the social media, but then you only get to see some things. And I think it's even proven that when you face someone like in your face to face that don't agree with you, and you have to discuss or dialogue with that person for some topic, it's much more likely that you find a consensus, or that you find an idea that's common to one and the other, than if you do it on social media where you're behind the camera. So that's one thing I would say we need to promote within our communities and within our children and so on. That's like going out of the virtual life. And the other thing is to be critic, like to stay aware and be critic of the information. So I have a sister, she's only 10, and the way she consumes information is impressive. It's fast. It's like she believes in everything. She's 10 years old. She knows nothing about like the reproduction, the sexual system, but she knows everything about pills and pregnancy because one of her favorite influencers had a baby when she was like 18. So she was telling about this. So it's incredible how the information arrives with no filters. And I think what I try to do with her is like, I guess you need to, we should not block what you see, but you need to be very critic, because from now on, it's not possible to think that we're gonna hide some things of the world, some bad things of the world from you. So you need to start being critic. You need to start not listening just one opinion or two opinions. You need to talk to other people and like choose one or two or three people in your life that are very different from each other, from different ages, different countries, because she's living in another country. So yeah, I think it's that. It's like teaching how to be creative with the information and not accept and believe in everything. Like it's very sad because it's like Santa Claus doesn't exist, as not all Black people are terrorists. It's like it's very heavy, like the kind of topics that arise from random influencers on YouTube. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good thing you mentioned, and this is the personal meetings, meeting people in person and the direct dialogue. And I have actually a pretty nice example from my life here. I went to a new hairdresser like 1 year ago. At the moment, I have no hairdresser. I do it on my own because it's Corona closed. But we talked together, and he was pretty kind. And but in the next 2 to 3 sessions at him, I found out that he's pretty much the opposite of me, political, and and also regarding the Corona crisis in the opposite corner, you know. And we discussed that at home, and first we discussed, oh my God, I thought this idiot, you know, I don't want to go there anymore. I cannot listen to that, you know. And of course we discussed and we had a good chat, and this man is also kind because he knows that he wants to sell, he wants to come have me back, you know, for his business. But I was going into this thoughts, should I meet up there again? Is it okay if it's the total opposite political for me, and I'm actually giving this man my money, you know? And so and then we come to the conclusion at home here, yeah, of course you have to go, because you have to talk to him, you know. He's kind, you know. Of course there's people on the right wing who are kind. It's okay, you know, because they are maybe kind in their lives, and take the chat with him, and try to keep it on a good base, and try to convince him a little bit. And I think this is it's pretty difficult, you know. But what I want to say is, yeah, meeting people we are disagreeing with, it's important, and not searching for our friends who are on our side and discussing how to make the world better. I think we could get more out of meeting with 3 people a month we are not agreeing with than meeting with 50 people who have the same opinion like you and want to do the same things like you. So it was just a little example. I don't, maybe you have in your society people you meet and who you give money to who are the opposite of you regarding politics and humanitarian work or stuff like that. Could be interesting.
I guess it will need to be the last intervention. So Sandra.
Quickly, I think this is actually a very good idea what you just said, Daniel, to, you know, do it as a challenge to ourselves, like every week or every month, meet like 3 people we don't agree with, and then try to have an exchange, like a proper meaningful exchange. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have to convince them. We might actually find some common ground somewhere outside our own opinions. But I think that would actually be a very interesting step forward also for us to say, let's challenge ourselves with that. Let's, you know, set us a target of like talking to 3 people a month or so that are difficult conversation partners.
Okay. No, I really like this example that you gave from the hairdresser, because from all my life, I always remember very lively conversation in hairdressers. I was just imagining now, like maybe a video installation or something like placed in the hairdresser, because it looks like the melting pot, and the hairdressers always like are the experts who like kind of, they're like, you know, like they're leading, they're doing your work, Carolina, actually. They're like and then making everybody, you know, like trying to, they open the topics and stuff. But I think actually it's so very interesting what we're talking about, the fact that we know our friends, but in my experience, I think that we don't know our friends. I mean, we know very, very close friends, but sometimes even close friends, when you talk about a certain topic, I don't know, even like I went in the March of the 8th March, and I don't know, I was talking with some friends of mine, especially when I was talking with boys. There were sometimes, I don't know, I heard them feeling like, okay, because now in this moment I'm staying for some months in art residency in Austria, so I was going here, and people were like, but you know, like there are certain countries who like really don't need the 8th March because women and men are equal. And I was like, okay, you know, so maybe you get also like, I don't know, people living in their bubbles, maybe sometimes they are not, you know, like they're undersizing problems, or if the problems are not on the surface, if you have to scratch a little bit and to see them, it's too, you know, too much work for them. And so sometimes, I don't know, I think you can see also, and you can find also very contrast conversation, even with people that we consider in the same, I don't know, like we work with, or I don't know. So for sure, being open to the hairdresser or this, but also sometimes going to talk some untalked topic or things that we didn't discuss so far with people we know. Sometimes we really get surprised by the fact that maybe they don't think the same way we do, and it can be also open up a conversation.
Great, thank you. I really, really enjoyed this dialogue. I hope you did too. I think we should also check see other dialogues that happen. They're live streaming and they're recorded. So I guess for me now it's just making the sound again. And thank you so much for this conversation. And I think you can unmute so we can say goodbye to all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask you a question shortly? 10 seconds. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is also about connecting here, and I'm asking myself if we do not share our names now, for example, to connect with email or Facebook, wouldn't it be an idea if to write our full names in the chat if people want, then we can add each other if we like. It's of course free. What do you think, Brenno or Carolina? How can I meet the people again?
Great question, Daniel. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
So you will receive an email today still with the contact of everybody here that was present in this dialogue. This is a way to get in touch. And then we are also posting here in the chat a survey. If you could click on it and just after the dialogue, give us a short feedback. It goes really quick. It would be lovely to hear how this experience was for you. How did you perceive the method? How did you experience this encounter in this session? Because we would like to continue and also understand how to better it up, so to say. Yeah. Thank you very much. Carolina, did you make your sound?
Not yet. Gonna do it now.
Super. Thank you so much. And with that, I get the feather back from the center. And I wish you a lovely rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you
Bye.
all. Thank you,
Bye.
Breno.
Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. So sorry it took a little longer. We had someone still confirmed that didn't show up yet. But it's time. And if this person arrives in the next few minutes, I still put her in. If not, it stays between the four of you. Okay?
All right.
So we have Slovakia, Latvia, UK, and Portugal. That's a nice mix. And the facilitator of this session is going to be Maria. In a moment, I'm going to pass the talking piece to her. Let's see. I had quite a few talking pieces here. I will take this one. It's a brush. And I'm going to, in a moment, just place it in the virtual center between us. And then Maria can pick it up and transform it into whatever she wants on her side. So the title of this, the seed topic, so to say, of this dialogue is social and personal well-being. That said, this is what came together as emerged from the constellation of this exact group through your applications, words that were came out of there in the matching process. Where the dialogue goes is completely entirely up to you. Can go in a completely different direction from there. Maria is gonna give a short introduction in the beginning, and after she makes a sound, the dialogue starts. With the same sound, I'll ask Maria to close up the dialogue, and then I am going to still come into the screen to say goodbye to you and still share a link with you. Okay?
Right.
Perfect. I'm gonna keep an eye on the private chat. About 10 minutes to the end, I'm gonna remind you to slowly wrap up. And I wish you a lovely, lovely dialogue. I see you in about 60 minutes. And with that, place the brush right in the middle.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this space of virtual connection from all over. My name is Maria. I'm simply here to kind of hold the space for us, for you guys, for us to dialogue about this subject. I would like to propose something to start with before I explain a little bit what we're going to do, just so we bring the energy less from the brain, more into the body, and so that the dialogue start from that space and not so much just from up here, but that we open up a little bit our body to our senses, to our feelings, to how we feel at this moment. So I just invite you to close your eyes and just follow a little bit my instructions. Just drop all your weight, try to relax as much as possible. Notice the expansion and the contraction of your belly as you breathe. And notice, how does your body feel now? How do you feel now? Try not to control anything about your body, but just notice. I invite you to breathe in for 5 and exhale for 5. And as you inhale, bring your arms up to the top of your head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and down for 5 too, in your own time. And big, deep inhales and exhales. Let's hear each other breathe. Exhale through your mouth, inhale through your nose. Expand your body. Arms above the head for the inhale, arms low for the exhale. And let's start accelerating this. Inhale deep, hold the breath a little bit, and exhale fully. Notice what's changed. Feel your heart pulsing. Perhaps notice the tingling sensation all over. And focus on your center, on your belly. And when you feel ready, open your eyes. Okay. Only a little introduction, so we connect more through breathing and not so much through words. Always helps. So, as you know, through this talk, probably know that we have a talking stick, so whenever anyone wants to talk, you bring your talking stick to the camera, and then you have the ability to talk at that moment. The power is yours to talk at that moment. When you're done, you bring it back to the camera, your talking stick, and the other person grabs it, and it's their turn to talk. So feel free to choose anything around there that you want as a talking stick. Another few principles that are good to remember in this talk is always speak from the heart, listen as you'd like to be heard, and keep it simple and short. Okay, so as an introduction to this huge theme and so overtalked theme of well-being and wellness, and actually became trendy too, so trendy to talk about wellness and being. There's a lot of information. So I would like to focus mainly today on the body, on this huge machine that is our body, that's here working for us every day. And I would like to bring awareness to what we're doing as a culture now is very much a reprivation of movement and somehow play. We sit a lot in our laptops, we work a lot, mainly in confinement through, oh, we lost Milan. I hope he's coming back, perhaps not, we'll see. Anyway, so it's very much a reprivation of a sense of play, a sense of wildness that is so related to being a human, to being an animal somehow. And it's from this sense of reprivation that, including, schools, the way we work, that we're losing a little bit the sense of freedom, creativity, the sense of play. And this, I would like to show you this little, oh, you're back, Milan. Milan? Okay, I hope you can hear us. Can you say yes with your fingers if all good? Okay, maybe he's having some trouble with the internet. So let's go back to this sense of personal well-being. And this is like a chain, really. It's like a cycle. So I'll show you half of the drawing I've made. So the other half is what we're going probably to talk about. I'm not sure if you can see. So it's personal well-being, which is mental, physical, emotional. And this leads to, there you go. Hold on, maybe I'll show where, this way. There you go. Yeah, mental, physical well-being. This helps us deal better with the unknown, with tension and challenge, and intention in our lives, to trust instead of fear, to be able to be more adaptable to whatever comes our way. And this actually promotes the health of our community, the people closer to us, and this directly influences human evolution. So the seed topic of this question is that it's no longer about just our own personal well-being, but the well-being of the whole. How does that contribute towards the whole? And the seed question, the topic question is, what is the state of the body in the modern world? What is the state of the body in the modern world? And how can and how can the way we relate to it contribute towards human evolution? I will say it again. What is the state of the body in the modern world? And how can the way we relate to it contribute towards human evolution? That's the opening sound.
So I have some Wi-Fi issues. I'm sorry. It should be fine.
Have you heard the seed topic, Milan? Have you heard?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
The question, yes, I heard. What is the state of the body? And I can speak, right? If I...
Yes.
All right. It's a philosophical question, but it's a question I like to talk about. I think we in our heads, we forgot about the awareness of our bodies. Somehow, as we're walking down the street, we are not present so many times because we live in thoughts and ideas, and we somehow lose sensitivity and the concept of time. In
We hear some breaks. Okay. If someone else wants to take in, because Milan is having some troubles, feel free to jump in and take the talking stick. Everyone is okay? Do you feel more or less clear about the seed topic? Do you want me to clarify? Milan, hello again.
Sorry, okay, I changed the room. Maybe it will be better now for my
Okay.
Wi-Fi.
Okay, so we heard that you were saying we moved away a lot from our bodies and the way we walk down the streets, and then it kind of broke from there.
Yeah. So yeah, and we lose the concept of time, and we are in our heads, and it depends on our attention. When our attention is in the head, we lose contact with our bodies. That's how I feel it. That's how I see it. And then And I think it is connected with the way we live, the level of comfort we have, and the activities we need to do. So if you just go from office home, do something, you don't have to go to the fields and take care of the food and stuff. It's more about, I think, ideas for some people than being aware and present in the body and in the space. For me,
Yeah.
Can I say? Okay. Yeah, something came to my mind. When you mentioned the concept of time, Milan, and what I was thinking is that most of the times, because we are pressured by the time, we are unaware. To my mind, it's because of the time, because of the thinking that I'm going to miss something, that I'm not going to make something, that time is pressuring. And I've been actually recently thinking about this a lot, especially after I heard somebody saying that time is not the most valuable thing in our lives, that actually it's the values that are the most valuable, as the word itself says, values are the most valuable, because time is relative, and I don't have the answer to this, but I start noticing myself in this. Of course, the time is limited for all of us, and we don't know when our time comes, to leave. Nobody of us knows. But in those random daily moments, when you have to, let's say, when you have to choose whether I want to catch my train or I want to be kind to the person who may need help, what am I choosing then? Is it the time that I'm choosing, my time, or is it the value of maybe kindness or the value of helping others? So yeah, this is something what I'm thinking about these days.
So I pick up on the. Was that a talking stick?
my finger. Sorry, I changed the room. I don't have anything here. I think this question also relates to, or different people from different cultures would give different answers. I mean, some tribal community would give you different answer to this. What is the question? Is the body? Sorry, what is the exact question?
I've put it, just in case you forget it, I've put it in the chat.
Okay.
What is the state of the body in the modern day, and how can the way we relate to it contribute towards human evolution?
Yes, I think we're talking only about certain section of people, humanity. There are 8 billion people. I think we're talking mostly about global middle class people who have this experience of the body that I am kind of criticizing or missing in the civilization. I'm living in the city, in urban space, but someone in Amazonia, or I don't know, wherever tribal society, I think their activities and their use of body is different than mine, because they live kind of in different environment, and they use different skills, and their body is also used a different way. And I think it's very related to the consciousness. The way you use your body is also related to the way you use your mind in some way, or occupy your mind. So I think it's very to speak about modern world, I think only relates to certain section of people. I mean, some that people have no idea what modernity is. I mean, modernity is not for everyone these days. It's not the matter of the whole humanity. Also, the answer to the question how the body, what is the state of the body in the modern day, it's very relative. Some people have the experience of people who had it like 3,000 years ago. They may have the same experience state of the body, but us living in a global middle class, we have different experience of the body in the modern day. Because I think we cannot generalize it to. I think modernity cannot be generalized and does not belong to everyone in the world. That's what I meant. So this experience is different with the bodies.
So relating to the sense of time, what Anija, tell me if it's correct the way he said the name. Anija said, relating to the sense of time, it feels to me personally, that's where my perspective starts from what I'm feeling in my experience of relating to others and myself, is very much the fountain of pressure and tension in my life and my work and the way I relate to others, this kind of sense of emergency, that time is not enough for everything we want to do in this lifetime, and therefore the quality of what I'm experiencing, it's deeply influenced by that sense of emergency, of ambition, sometimes realization, even personal development ambition. My yoga practice, my meditation, somehow it becomes so structured that I need to remind myself constantly to be a dance, to be fluid with that, and that is from that space of movement in my body that everything else kind of flows after. And relating to what, going back to the state of the body, so it feels to me that the state of the body of the modern day people, and let's talk about most people that live in cities, because obviously there are still tribal cultures, very few in comparison to back in the days. But the state of the body is very much intention, pressure, sometimes very much stiff, sitting at the table, working, not so in tune with the nature of our body, animal bodies, and ourselves. And there is this sense of longing, always we're longing for something. What is missing? It's just not right. There's something just could be better. All these kind of monkey voices in our, in our mind and also in our bodies, because as you were mentioning, we come from nature, and in our cells, in the history of our bodies, in each culture, we were all connected with nature previously, much more than we are. And in our daily life, tasks, we would move, we would take the earth out and everything. So to be brief and precise, reminding myself of the rule, it feels to me that movement, it's the main principle, movement, dance, play, to kind of bring back this sense of play into the body and our activities, in our relations, not to take ourselves so seriously. It's the way forwards for human evolution, because if I feel better, I have a straight impact into my personal community, and then it's a chain connection. Not sure if it was so brief and precise. Practicing.
Hi, can you hear me? It's funny because when I was listening to you all, I was and talking about time, I was realizing, you know, how much for some of us time is such a luxury, and especially, you know, people, privileged people, you know, privileged enough to have a job, to, you know, have a house and kind of household duties and things like that, and it's such a luxury, isn't it? And not having some time for ourselves and to not do any of this, it's very much a luxury. So I just find it very interesting to talk about time when we're talking about the state of our body and finding the time to take care of our own body. Yeah, that's what it made me think about. You're on mute. The bottom screen left side. You can unmute.
There you go. Somehow that happened. Maybe I should just move and you understand my dialogue. I will go back to the question how, because what we want here is, yes, we want to talk about the state of the body and what is here now. But what we want to kind of debate is how can we contribute towards, in our daily life, towards evolution, towards an evolution as a community, as a whole, as beings that live most of the time in cities. So I throw back again, how can the way we relate to our body contribute to human evolution? So think about what can we change, what activities, how do we relate to others, just throwing it there for us to rethink that question.
Beef. I can add, I think there are many practices and physical trainings that people can engage in, but it's on their personal decision. I personally know that it has an effect when you are engaged. I used to do acro yoga, for example, very natural way of working with your body, and it brings benefits, but you cannot force people to do something with their bodies. I mean, it's there are ways, but it's the whole actually return to these spiritual practices, yoga, which are somehow for some people also reinterpreted in a way. They are put in different contexts, used differently, but as long as it has benefits for the people, that through their body, they also something going on with their mind, let's say, very simple, then they don't need to convince or talk to others to do it. I mean, it's very personal thing for some ways. I mean, we are free to choose what kind of activities we can get engaged, like physical activities per se, but it's always related with the mind. Everybody knows when you run for an hour, you feel differently. You are not, your mind is not so heavy, and so on and so on. Although I am aware of these things, I'm not engaged in physical practices on everyday basis. I used to do acro yoga for some time, but I don't have this strong will to do it. Although I know it's beneficial, it's so beneficial, or even to go to a fitness center or something, to move around. And so this is the question of motivation, and I don't know what what will be my threshold that I will start to be engaged in these physical activities more. I know I need it, but I still haven't started. I mean, I maybe need someone to keep telling me or training or motivate me. I don't know, but it's important. It's definitely important. And this idea of body of all eyes came to my mind. It's kind of it's one book by Philip Zarely, Psychophysical Acting or Training. It's an intercultural approach to training, drawing from Kathakali and many Indian martial arts and traditions, which are based basically, the way you work with your body has an effect on your mind and vice versa. It's this very holistic approach. And this is something the modern society, modernity is missing, or this kind of knowledge we are not practicing from in I say middle class global middle class society, living in block of flats and in cities. I mean, this knowledge is there, but I think it's not practiced. It's somehow it's not lost, but it's not practiced. And then we can talk about education, why it's not so. And I mean, in some countries, in my country, for example, there was a big issue in the 90s whether yoga can be taught to kids in elementary or secondary school, which is absurd. I mean, you had religion, you could choose between ethics and religion up till now. And yoga, it was like a big scandal, usually from religious groups also, that, we're not imposing, bringing foreign practices to our cultures. And it's complete misunderstanding of what yoga can be about. I mean, what any physical practice or spiritual practice, whatever you call it, can be about. So there is even a resistance to work with your body and mind in some cultures. So I think it's very complicated, and we're free, I mean, to decide if we want to do something or not. It's difficult to do it on large scale, I would say, and to contribute to human evolution and some maybe higher level through this. It's probably depends on individuality, and everybody maybe has this point in time that he starts engaging in these practices, and then it can have some impact on evolution as such.
Yes. Yeah, you already mentioned a very good point, education. I think I also agree that yoga, meditation, all these are very good practices, but they cannot be forced on people. People have to reach a certain state of mind that they themselves want to do it. And in order to reach that state of mind, there are many ways. Some go through difficulties in life, some go through depression and difficult states and start, so to say, this awakening process. Also, education would help. Also, let's say, again, I'm coming back to the values, like assessing your values would also help. Like, when do you start thinking like, what is more important, to make more money, to buy more items, or to take care of my mental health? Like, what is actually bringing me happiness? What a human mind needs to reach, what state to start asking these questions, like, what actually makes me happy? Is this like this new item that I need to buy, or the needs and the wants? Like, when do we start thinking about these things? Like, and then after we have these values, after we clarify a bit more on the values, and we realize the importance of the mind, then it's easy to bring those practices. They are accessible, available nowadays. It's no problem at all. They are always there, but it's just to reach that state. Yeah.
Oh, I changed my talking statement. It was suddenly my pen. Priorities. values, priorities that pick up from that. Yes, what are our priorities and how they impact, those little priorities can have an impact on ourselves, and then on the people next to us, and so on, so on. Yes, personally, for me, there are little things that help me. And yes, you know, discipline. As a dancer, I'm disciplined and helps me keep staying. But yes, there is certain things that I know if I repeat, and we are repetitive beings. We have habits, and we are made out of those habits. So if we repeat them, yes, we will see the flower sprout in our life in an easier way than if we just water each month rather than each day. And for me, it's simple things. Yes, certainly connecting to nature. And that can be waking up at dawn, just having the perception of a new day that is coming, the sunrise, for instance. My body instantly feels more vital, and I have more creativity, more clarity, the little things. I'm just sharing them out there because we want to have little tools that can be inspiring for each other to talk to our friends after this and make changes. So for me, it's that. Movement, certainly. I'm very annoying. I get very annoyed when I don't move. So the Rumi, one of my favorite poets, has a quote which is, "Dance until you shatter yourself." So basically, you shatter your body with movement, sweat. It's a catharsis. Go to that point of catharsis. So that's also Osho, the spiritual teacher, quite controversial for some people. He says that when the dancer disappears and there is only the dance. So basically, is shredding your ego away somehow. So for me, physical practice, mainly active physical practice, not just sitting in meditation, but active meditation, moving, something that raises my frequency in my body, really helps towards my quality of life and my relationship to others. And then social connection, interaction. And even when I use my body to train with someone, to how can the community support our intentions for our life? How can our community, whether that is our family or just the people that we go to church with or that we go to yoga with, can support that, our intentions to live fully? Yes, and of course we can always inspire ourselves in our ancestors, you know, in the rhythm they live their lives. There's something called trance dance, you know, the shamanic dances that people would set an intention, whether that would be for the full moon or to have a good harvest. So there is always that kind of connection to the land, and that sense of having a communal intention, a social intention. It's super, I feel it's super important for us to evolve from this to this new era we're living in.
Maria, you mentioned the word discipline, which is crucial in this maybe talk. Yeah, how to gain a level of self-discipline in some way. I think I reached for some task, and for some task in where my mental capabilities are engaged, I'm self-disciplined, I can say. I have some to-do list. But how can I reach self-discipline in being engaged in physical activities? Give me some advice. And I'm coming from a cultural performing arts background. I know very well about contemporary dance and the workshops, and like it can do magic to people. What I mean, they after 3-4 days being engaged some repetitive or actions or activities, it really helps. But I still somehow cannot, continue in fostering this self-discipline I have in physical activities.
Sorry, I nearly interrupted you earlier, actually. Yeah, so you're finished. I think, you know, like the self-discipline, it's important, but we all also need to be quite indulgent. Is that a word that makes sense in English as well? Like kind of to be, sorry, I'm French, actually. I'm not from the UK, so there's some words might sound French. Yeah, to be a bit more self-forgiving and, you know, to say to ourselves, it's okay if we don't manage to do what we were planning to do. And that is also part of the routine of self-care, is like to learn to be patient with ourselves. It's probably very, very important for the state of our own bodies, and also how it can help in our relationship with others. Because if we are stressed with ourselves and with the way we do things or do not do things, how can we possibly be patient and you know, open to others? So that's what it makes me think about when you were saying you were sometimes frustrated about night. Yeah, about the discipline.
Yeah, just a little thought about discipline. I really think it's motivation. Like, if you just that one thing, if you have motivation, you can really do anything. But motivation is to me, and let's say these spiritual practices, it keeps changing. You know, I notice that it goes up and down, and I need to strengthen that motivation. I have I see when it's weak, and when again I strengthen it and it's strong again, and I'm you know, waking up early, doing the practices and all that, and then again I get lazy, and you know, so but to me it's just this one word, motivation. And sometimes it helps to associate yourself with a group of people, to engage yourself in a community of like-minded people, let's say doing yoga with a group or meditating with a group, or it can help to sustain the motivation, even though the motivation is personal, but the group, I think, can also help. Yeah.
You're on mute again, Maria.
You know, as I'm used to Zoom, this kind of, you have to do it yourself. So, yes, language is an art. Discipline wasn't the word I wanted to say. Exactly. Motivation, which has a totally different source of energy. Discipline has some sort of guilt associated to it if you don't realize that. So certainly motivation, yes. And it's a I don't know if you say windmill, like a windmill. Yes, the more you do, the more wind there is, the more we feel that wind, the more we want to move. And certainly in our days, and particularly now with this whole pandemic situation, it feels right to connect physically with each other, you know. In each culture, everyone connects differently. Some people don't like being touched. You know, in Asia, it's very much, you just say hello, you keep the distance. And from my experience, the physical connection, the touch, to play, to sweat together, it hugely contributes to my personal well-being and to connect with each other, even to the connection of dialogue, you know. To notice the body as we dialogue with someone, particularly when we get annoyed, you know, or arguing, and you're like, oh, this is suddenly getting out of my zone, and I just feel like getting physical, or just being aware of that, and perhaps, yes, going aside and shaking it off and punching the pillow or dancing or using the voice, like wow, expressing it, but not letting all that slowly getting into different parts of the body, which I very much believe it's the source of many illnesses that we experience nowadays. Yes, we are reaching 10 minutes to our end. Just a little notice. So yes, certainly the more I feel that the better my connection is with myself, the clearer is my communication with others. And that goes a lot through leading movement in my daily life. Whether that is 10 minutes, a little stretch, a little run, contemplating nature, smiling at my kid or seeing her play. Simple things, and exactly not taking ourselves so seriously, even with our intentions and ambitions to be the best versions of ourselves, and all that, to live each moment, be present in the body. So it feels to me that there is a sense of emergency to return to the bodies, to return to movement, to the lands, to swim, to feel the cold of the water and not the comfortable heat that, oh, it's so comfortable, our homes are so comfortable, it's sunny, oh, I close the window. So not to be so in control always of our environment somehow, but to expose ourselves to the seasons of life and emotional seasons of life too, that we have rites of passage, certainly, as human beings. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. May I share, since nobody is feeling the urge to talk, to close it up, I would like to just share with you a few words. There's a few teachers that have inspired me movement-wise that I would like to share with you. You might do your research and see if it connects to you. Two of them have been, you probably have heard Milan if you're into the movement scene, Fighting Monkey. They are a couple, and I've trained with them for 10 years. I really appreciate their work. And yes, they believe that we are our own teachers. They and many, Alan Watts, that you can go have a huge list of philosophers too, but that they are only the facilitators, and each of us is our own teacher. So they give tools for us to play with. And you check their work. They're called Fighting Monkey, as Linda and Joseph. They are a couple, and I feel their work is very beautiful and has had a huge impact on the change of how we approach movement. It was kind of very square gyms, and they have a very much open, playful, creative approach to movement, and how we age, also how we evolve in our bodies as we get older. Yes, and I have here also Frank Forenich. I don't know if I say his name correctly. He's very much into animal movement, returning to animal movement. And he has a book called The Art is Long, which he talks about this. We moved away from nature into cities, and we have this constant sense of longing. I love him and his work too. You can check it out. I have here a few quotes which I wrote. The brain is a social organ. There are no single human brains. This is Louis Cusolino. This is from Alan Watts. The next one, civilized human beings are alarmingly ignorant of the fact that they are continuous of their surroundings. So relating to nature, what we're talking about, we are part of nature and not the other way around. And Frank also says excessive focusing on the individual isolates us from life supporting systems and compromises our health. So we also have this kind of new age of well-being that is very much me, my practice. And when I read this, yes, suddenly it can the perfectionism and the just to live in our own worlds can really deprive us from fully experiencing life and what is here to experience. He also says that when you change the body, you will change the world. So this goes back to the first question of today's, what is the state of the body today and how can it contribute towards human evolution? When you move, you increase your vitality and potential, physical, mental, and emotional. That was me. I wrote it. Yes. So to increase, it's all about, personally, I feel, how can we increase this sense of vitality in our body? Whether that is diet, yes, I've tried different things out, different times, and it has an impact. Whatever you put in has an impact. How we move has an impact. The words we choose has an impact on our body too. So yes, those two teachers, Frank, Fighting Monkey, check them out. There's a lot of stuff out there we can research about the body. There is also movement medicine, breath work. Oh yes, to be able to breathe deeply. For instance, I facilitate trance dance, fast breathing. You have in Kundalini yoga too. To kind of quieten the mind. It helps. There is very short, simple tools we can use to increase our health, our potential. 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for this wrap up. Yes, the only thing I need to look for is the motivation, which I need. And thanks for mentioning it's Ruthless Root Company, the Joseph and Linda from Greece. They performed at our place 9 years ago. They're amazing. Yeah. Thank you.
You're mute.
Sorry, I just wanted to add about comment on acro yoga. If you have not practiced it or you think it's complicated, so me, who is a totally anti-physical person, anti-moving person, I skipped all the physical education I could go in. So I started to do this acro, and it's very natural way how your body lets you and push it. Leads you to the positions that you have never thought of, and it then goes also with breathing and the mind, and it's very, very natural. So if you have a partner or somebody who can teach you this, I really recommend you also. It's for research, and you can control your own rhythm and tempo. There is nothing, it's, I mean, very universal way, just from my experience.
I was saying thank you for sharing. Thank you for joining. It's interesting you also meet Linda and Joseph. I brought them to Portugal too. Yes, I will write here on the chat the two people I mentioned, if in case you're interested. And thank you so much. If nobody wants to say anything, 1 minute for closing this circle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. It's been great.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Really inspiring.
Thank you. Stay well.
You too.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank
Ciao.
you. Ciao.
Bye.